Excellent. I'd like to bring this meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission to order. And Mr. Villalobos, will you provide for us the appropriate announcement?
I'm happy to. Would you like to do the pledge first?
Oh, I would like to do the pledge first. I'm sorry. Let me get the order. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing is also be streamed live on the county's website and on the county's YouTube channel, and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Police.
Here.
Commissioner Senauer.
Here.
Commissioner Stahl.
Here.
Chair Miller.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Kupiec is absent today.
Correct. So on to the agenda status report.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of the agenda, we have 3 items on the standard agenda. My understanding is that the first item on the continued item for the appeal of the utility pole is going to be continued, and staff's here to provide that
There is
to you.
Commissioner Senauer, did you have a question regarding this matter?
Yes, for clarity, the notice we got, applicant requests, they are requesting from whom? Not
So,
us.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I recommend that we hold this conversation till we read it in the record, and then we can have the conversation on the item. That was just a status of the agenda.
Okay, understood.
So, spoiler alert, there's a request for a continuance.
Okay, well, it's after the, yeah. So are we addressing this prior to going to the projection report, or?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, no, that was, again, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We will address
Okay.
it when we get to the standard agenda.
Because it's on the agenda.
Got it, okay.
So, and then, to make things even more fun today, there are 2 items on the agenda that's called waive public hearings. They're just noticing requirements, they're not for action. So we can skip over those.
Okay,
So, status of the agenda is staff's ready to present on the projects, and we will have a continuance request on the first one.
understood. Okay, so we would move on to the projection report?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Villalobos, would you walk us through the projection report, please?
Mr. Villalobos may do that. Typically, I do that, but I'm not partial to that role.
I apologize. Mr. Wilson, we would love to have you walk us through, as good a job as Mr. Villalobos would do of that, if you wouldn't mind walking us through the projection. I associate the projection report very closely with Mr. Villalobos in that his name is on the email when it comes to me. And so
Okay, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the first item on the projection report is, at our last hearing, we did set a special hearing for October 2nd to hear the Miramar proposed development project. And then moving down the projection report, our next hearing is on October 16th. There are 3 items on that. We had scheduled the report on the I think that's a follow-up on the NETS project. It is, debris flow mitigation project. We also have a development plan for a driveway repair, and then the Biltmore development project is also on that hearing date, October 16th. Moving down the projection report, November 13th, there are no items. Wait, that's not you guys. November 20th, we have 2 items, the Montecito YMCA master plan, and then some ordinance related to telecom and other ordinance amendment package from long-range planning. That takes us to the end of the year. As of right now, we don't have anything projected for December. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes the projection report.
With that, I'd like to thank you very much. Visit the availability of and opinions on the October 2nd meeting. And with that, Chair recognizes Commissioner Stahl. Just the button if it's green. Yeah, there.
Okay, I would very much like to continue the meeting on October 2nd. I feel like we don't have enough adequate information for me to be able to vote at that time, so, and possibly I would have the same objection to the October 16th meeting for the Biltmore.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to reframe for Commissioner Stahl, I think what she's requesting is that that hearing date be rescheduled. We aren't in a position to continue it now because it is not before you. So I think the position is that she's asking for it to be rescheduled to a later date. That is up to the commission to discuss today. Just so you know, it has been noticed, and the project site has also been noticed. So those noticing requirements have been met for October 2nd.
Commissioner Stahl, you go.
Can I just add something to this conversation? You can have the hearing and ask questions and learn information. And then if you don't feel that you have sufficient information, you can continue the hearing to another date. It's something I would recommend, given that we've done all the noticing for it. But there's an opportunity for you to ask questions and be engaged with the applicant to learn more about the project.
The information that I want is not going to be answered by asking questions.
Well, what I'm suggesting to you is that you learn more at that hearing date, and then if you still feel like you don't have the information that you need, you can continue it, and you can.
I would still like to postpone.
Okay, well, that is up to the commission, but I'm recommending that you have the actual hearing.
So I would like to also offer up that some ex parte communication I've had relating to the scheduling of this. I had a conversation this week with Commissioner Kubiak, who is not in attendance today, and he has informed me he is unable to attend the October 2nd meeting. And so that is a dynamic in this process that we should be aware of. And then additionally, to keep the wheel turning here, it was, I should say for myself, and this is kind of a disclosure of conflict of interest that I think relates back to the scheduling item. As it relates to the Miramar project, I am a parishioner and attendant of the All Saints by the Sea Church, and that I had been, I had taken the perspective that by kind of disclosure of that issue that I didn't have a financial interest in the topic, in the church, but that would allow me to be objective on this topic. Another commissioner, I think with an abundance of well wishes and good care, suggested that I review this with county council as to whether or not there is a conflict of interest here. And upon reviewing it with county council, that both the fact that I am a parishioner there and that my wife and better half is the junior warden at the church, which is the theological equivalent of kind of the vice chair of the board, for lack of a better description, that indeed I do need to recuse myself from the Miramar matter. And so this came as a little bit of a surprise to myself also. So that the result is that although I am physically able to attend the October meeting, I would need to recuse myself from consideration of the Miramar matter. So to summarize what I am presenting is that both Commissioner Kubiak and myself would not, for differing reasons, not be able to be a part of the quorum for October 2nd. when you add upon that, which I believe was the previously disclosed element that Commissioner Senhauer would be only able to attend remotely, and she was very clear and precise about that when we were scheduling this meeting, and that, if I understand correctly from County Council, that remote attendance cannot count towards the quorum, that we are now at a situation where we would only have two in-person commissioners, and that we would fail to meet, or at least two in-person commissioners that are not conflicted out, that we would fail to meet quorum for October 2nd. And so I think that this has been a rather long soliloquy by me, but if there is not, if any of the things I have presented are kind of factually in error, I would like to be corrected. But given this kind of state of affairs, I believe that we need to kind of look to a rescheduling of the October 2nd meeting. Does staff or any of the other commissioners have any kind of comments or reactions to this? Commissioner Bleach.
Yes, I have been dealing with a back issue that looked like it might need surgery, and the date I had planned was just prior to that meeting. It looks like now, to my pleasant surprise, that I'm going to postpone this surgery and not have it. So I would be available. But as I was talking to, and I have talked to our supervisor, he has told me that there'll be more information coming our way between now and the meeting. And I didn't say anything at the time because we were just texting, but it's like if more information continues to flow as far as minor corrections, major corrections, or anything like that, I find it kind of, why are we rushing this thing? It seems like we're rushing it maybe because we have a lame duck situation, and that's important that he's done all the work and he needs to vote on it. I don't want to offer an opinion on that. That's his choice. But I think that the information we have so far, if it's going to be at all altered, I would really think we would get all that information in the end and not let them negotiate to the last minute. So if they're negotiating till October 2nd and they think we're coming, that might be great, because keep that as it is so that the 16th will have all the information for 2 weeks to review. Now, I know you have all had plenty of time to review this. I mean, I know there's been a lot of work going on by the county, and I appreciate that. Think of it as you want us to vote on it, and I know it's going to be probably appealed, and so it's going to be Board of Supervisors, but I still think it's our obligation to have as much information as possible, have enough time to talk about it. And having a session publicly to discuss it all is important, but I would really love to be able to have all that information much before the meeting so I would be able to digest it. Anyway, that's my point. But I could be here for the meeting.
Chair, could I ask a question, please?
Chair recognizes Commissioner Senhauer.
Yeah, this is just in context of this discussion, sort of a bookkeeping sort of question I have is the 5 public meeting standard for a 3:30. And given this discussion, how many meetings have happened? How many, is there a threshold that we're involved with at this point? Anyway, cross-talking, that's fine. You know my question. Thank you.
So I'm pausing because the conversation needs to be on scheduling. We're not agendized to talk about the merits of the project, but in a scheduling context, following up on the last hearing, it is my understanding that there are 5 hearings left on that project.
Thank you.
Ours will be, ours would be 1, the next meeting we have, right? And then if ours holds over for some reason, that's 2. I'm counting, give 1, 2, my dog does that good. So there's plenty of time with the Board of Supervisors. If they had a couple, there's not a problem with those meetings. Just a question of the elapsed time and how soon we start the project and how soon we end up getting income from taxes and such for the county. But in any event, now I can count to 5. Okay.
Indeed. One of your many talents. Commissioner Stahl.
My request to postpone the meeting is based on me wanting to request from the county that we do our own traffic survey of all 4 projects that are in front of us.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, again, we can't talk about the merits of the project, so that conversation needs to happen in the hearing, and then it needs to be discussed amongst the commissioners.
But if we don't have enough information and then we go to a hearing without that information,
So I understand Commissioner Stahl. For right now, I'm putting the guardrails on this conversation. The guardrails are, this is scheduling. Merits of the project, additional studies, that needs to occur under an agendized meeting. So those conversations need to happen.
so I can't make a request for information prior to a meeting?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and Commissioner Stahl, you can make a request to staff for information, and staff can provide information to you. But requesting or directing additional studies that may or may not be included in the information needs to happen under the agendized item at a public hearing.
But the staff is happy to go over all the existing information with you, all the data.
But the existing information is not what I want.
And we will provide you our professional opinion on what level of review is required. And then, as Mr. Wilson said, if you think that's insufficient, you can see if your other commissioners agree with you and request additional information.
So we would have to, as a commission,
Correct.
request that information.
Correct.
Am I, and I'm trying to keep this in the realm of scheduling per what you're saying, Mr. Wilson, is the appropriate next step a meeting of a commissioner and staff in terms of following up to then understand what is present or not present informationally?
So this is something I wanted to address from what Commissioner Police said. You're going to have all of the information in advance. There's not going to be information dribbling in. So I just want to make sure that's clear. If there's some negotiation that goes on between All Saints and the Miramar in the interim and they come in with some agreement, that could happen, and that often happens during a public hearing. And then the commission can weigh that information in your decision-making process. If commissioners have questions about data that's available, they come to staff, we talk about it, we explain the circumstances. If the commissioner is unsatisfied with that, then when we hear the item, you need to discuss that as a group and decide whether or not you want to request additional information. But I think the most important thing right now is for us to understand that we don't have a quorum on the 2nd, so we're not going to be able to have a special hearing on the 2nd, and we need to pick another date for another hearing. That's, I think, the key thing that we need to be worried about this morning.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Scheduling.
Okay, Commissioner Stahl, and then Mr. Pettit.
Well, in terms of scheduling, I'd also like to postpone the Biltmore meeting for the same reason, lack of information.
I think that's an issue that you have to take amongst yourselves. But we have applicants that are counting on days, and so, again, my suggestion to you is have the hearing, have the discussion, have the presentation, and if you still feel like you don't have enough information, then we can continue the item. But perpetually postponing items, I don't think is to the benefit of the applicant or the commission. I think you
But our
need to get
concern is
the,
the
I'm
community.
just, hold on, Commissioner Stahl, let me finish. I think we need to get the information in front of you and have it explained to you as a group. And then if you don't feel comfortable, then you can continue the item.
I feel
Mr.
the
Pa-
inf-
oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Stahl.
I just feel the information for the community has my priority over the applicant. So that's why I would like to postpone.
Mr. Pettit, I think you had rung in on.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to clarify the record as to the standard for quorum requirements with tele-participation. If a commissioner is participating through the traditional rules of teleconferencing, the requirement is that a quorum of the commission participate from within the jurisdiction. So just to correct, it's not that the teleparticipating commissioner can't count towards the quorum. It's that in order for them to participate, a quorum has to participate from within the jurisdiction. So if there are only 2 commissioners participating, your commission has a quorum of 3. If there are only 2 commissioners participating from within the jurisdiction, then that commissioner wouldn't be able to participate via teleconference.
Just to clarify that point slightly, I take your guidance seriously about a notion of conflict of interest, and I'm not trying to revisit that, but to be clear, my physical presence, while not hearing the matter substantively, while we then had someone else, we would have 3 votes, but one would be showing up outside of the district. I would be not voting, but within the district. Like, do we get to kind of?
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I apologize. I was not responding to your disclosure. I was just correcting that if anyone was listening and heard that a teleconferencing commissioners can't count towards a quorum, I just wanted to correct the record that what that rule is that for them to participate via teleconference, there needs to be a quorum. And so if there were only 2 eligible commissioners participating, that wouldn't suffice for teleconferencing.
If I characterize this appropriately, if I am appearing via Zoom from Manning Park, I count. If I'm appearing via Zoom from Times Square, I do not. Is that the rubric to understand this?
That was accurate, Chair, yes.
Wow, that's a good one. I didn't know. Can I say something?
Yeah. Commissioner Pliche.
Madam Planning Director. So understand this from my perspective, if I was a client. I would like to know if a board or a commission member or multi-commission members have a problem with one of their consultants and would prefer that there be another consultant to back up that information, that they would want to know that now, not a month from now.
So Commissioner Pliche, through the chair, if you have questions or concerns, you can address them with staff. We communicate with the applicants all the time.
I know.
Yeah. So that is the appropriate avenue.
But the problem with that is that if we were to vote about wanting a different person to consult than what they have as far as their data, backing up their data, if we were to vote for it now, then you'd be able to tell those people they need to get somebody else.
Yeah, but you don't have the item in front of you.
I know it. We
So
don't.
you can't.
You can't, but I guess my point says, wouldn't the applicant be much happier if he knew what he was up against?
So I'm suggesting to you, if you have concerns, you convey them to staff and we will convey them to the applicant. That's what I'm suggesting. But what I'd really like to do is get everybody focused on dates.
We have, well,
So we need, I think it would be helpful if we understood when Commissioner Kupiak thinks he will be available for the commission. If it's out into the future, then we will take him off the table and then just talk about the availability of the commissioners that are present.
So, Director Plyman, let me attempt to try and crystallize what I think is in front of us today. Because if I've understood our dialogue and on this, we have 2 items. One is we have the rescheduling of a special hearing for the Miramar project. And that 2, we have a board discussion about the scheduling of the Biltmore project. I would like to take the Miramar project first.
So, Mr. Chair, we're not going to bring the Biltmore up right now. That's on a It's not on the agenda. It's on a projection report where it's been tentatively scheduled for that. So again, as we mentioned earlier, let's focus on the Miramar right now.
I'm choosing to take the Miramar topic first, but Mr. Wilson, have I misunderstood your comments that my job as chair is to both balance the desires of staff with the requests of the commission? Is that if the commission is raising, we need to have a debate or discussion about whether to reschedule the Biltmore project? I'd like to address the Miramar project first, but I'm wanting to make sure that I am not overriding commissioners here, is my.
So, Mr. Chair and
Yeah.
Commissioners, let's resolve the Miramar question first, and then we'll come back and revisit the Biltmore.
That would be my preference also, if that works. Okay. Commissioners, are you all good with where I'm trying to
got a
drive
question.
this? Okay. Commissioner Pleacher.
I have a question. Mr. Wilson, if in fact we, say for example, decide just to push the Miramar back a couple of weeks to the next available time, and it's already crowded, does that bump somebody else? We won't say who?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, right now we're focusing on if the commission would want to set a special hearing, the item on that special hearing could be the Miramar. So we can talk about dates that's available, and then to get to, I think what Commissioner Pleache is talking about is canceling the special hearing and having that item heard on the 16th. We can have that conversation, but let me give some dates, and then everybody can look at their calendars. So options are moving it back a week, and I think the dates that are potentially available are, I'm looking at Mr. Villalobos, the 10th or the 11th. That's a Thursday and Friday. So he's out both those days?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, there's tentative consideration of the October 10th or 11th for a rescheduling of the Miramar special project. I believe what we need to do process-wise, Mr. Wilson, though I'm not, I certainly don't, I would like your blessing on what I'm about to propose, is that the commissioners need to present times they are available where we can get to a quorum, but we need a diversity of dates to confirm with staff and with the applicant. I don't think we would do that part in a public hearing, that they would need to.
So, Mr. Chair and
Okay, I'm
Commissioners,
sorry.
to be able to provide service to the commission, which I'm failing to do right now, is I'd like to be able to respond to the chair on potential dates that the commission could evaluate. Can we just do a 10-minute break just to refocus ourselves?
I am happy to do that, Mr. Wilson. Would you find it of value to have polled the commissioner's individual availability going into that break, or no?
Yes, I would, in a perfect world, but if any of these dates that we pull just don't work for staff right off the bat, then it's kind of a wasted effort.
I respect that.
So
Okay.
that's why I'm calling a break, I'm throwing a flag. Let
Yeah,
me see what
always.
is even
Yeah, no, we-
feasible, and then I can come back.
We appreciate what you do, and a 5-minute breather is always a good idea. Mr. Villalobos, can we take a 5-minute break, please? Oh, okay. Here we go. Well, welcome back. We are session 2 of the MPC projection report. Mr. Wilson, do you have further insights you'd like to offer us at this point?
In regards to the Miramar,
Yes.
2 items to consider. One, since we don't have a quorum on October 2nd, we'll take a motion and a second and vote on canceling that hearing. So it's already been noticed, but we will have to cancel that hearing because we don't have a quorum. So we can do that today. So then looking at other dates, so 2 other dates for the commission to consider is October 18th, which is a Friday, and October 23rd, which is a Wednesday. The 23rd.
23rd. Has this been reviewed with the applicant?
It's happening, I think they were in discussion.
So would you like, at this point, should I poll commissioners to see if we can pull a quorum for either of those 2 dates?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. If we could get an understanding from the commission on availability for those dates, we can continue to coordinate with the applicant on their availability. But staff is available for those dates.
Okay. And so I would like to chime in with although I spoke to Commissioner Kubiak about his availability for October 2nd, I did not solicit the rest of his calendar. And so I am unfamiliar with what he is available or not available. So may I suggest that if we are not able to get to a quorum sans Commissioner Kubiak, that we should probably not presume upon Mr. Kubiak, though I don't know if that's fair or not. Well, I'm hesitant to be phoning a friend, so to speak, in a hearing.
Mr. Chair, we can reach out to Commissioner Kupiak.
Okay. But I'm sorry, for the purposes of
Today, let's
here
see
and
if we
now
can get a
of trying to
quorum.
get to
Yeah.
a quorum, I
With the
am
4 of you.
reluctant to bet on a card that has not been played, or is not.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what we need to know is whether Commissioner Police, Commissioner Senauer, and Commissioner Stahl can be available on those dates.
Correct.
May I add?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Commissioner Senauer,
add
please,
one
go ahead.
more. Do we consider, talking about availability of the applicant, correct? That's what we're doing, or there's discussion now and the commission. How about All Saints and their availability? Is that part of this? It is not.
It's not an appeal.
No, I understand that.
Yeah,
but-
so we do not schedule around interested parties. We schedule around the applicant and the staff's availability to complete the work.
That was a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stahl.
They had requested a continuance, the All Saints did. At one point, there was a letter from them asking to push this back. Does anybody remember what date they were asking for?
I do remember the letter. I do not remember the details of what was contained in it date-wise. I'm sorry.
Because that would be important to me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Appreciate it. Okay, so Donna, I guess we are. What would you, in terms of reviewing the 18th, the 23rd, or more generally, are there dates that would be available for in person?
There was, before the break, 10th or 11th was mentioned. That is out. Okay, let me strike that. And let me look at my calendar. I believe both dates. I am available. I do, it may be, okay. The 18th is a Friday, and the 23rd is a Wednesday. Both those dates are good for me. I do have a change in my availability within the jurisdiction of, that would qualify as a quorum remotely. and I can discuss that at a later time, but the 18th and the 23rd are A-okay with me.
They're both.
That I can be within, actually, right here, in this room, on those 2 dates.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have the information you're seeking?
The people at All Saints had requested that we don't plan anything until after November 1st.
Oh,
But we can't consider.
so that,
I know, but
so Commissioner Stahl, could you characterize your availability for the 18th or the 23rd?
I don't believe I'm going to be in town.
Okay. Well, that, I think, that's the ballgame a little bit, because it takes all 3 people
Within the jurisdiction.
within the jurisdiction.
Well, you include me in the
Okay,
jurisdiction.
I'm sorry. Mr. Police, or Commissioner Police, you are here. I'm sorry, it takes all 3 of you all to say yes to this. So, yeah,
Commissioner Stahl, can you clarify when you are in town?
I don't have my calendar with me. I'm sorry. And my scheduling is a lot of times dependent on other people, so I would just have to look when you come up with it.
Use your mic.
do we
Have a break.
need another break? I mean, okay, I'm sorry.
I can call it. He'll take my call. Or do we want it, Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sorry, let me.
Yes.
Okay. Well, should we give staff a moment to converse and then take public comment on this issue? Is that, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, are we taking a break?
Well, I had posed the question as to whether to take a break, but.
Let's do it.
Director Plowman had suggested we just kind of take an interim pause before we formally break. Should we take public comment before we go to break, just to, I feel like the more information we all have on whatever this takes to get. Oh, I'm sorry, the more I would be willing to take apparently there's public comment on this.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, this is not an agendized item, so it's a little unusual to call for public comment on it. If you want to hear from the
Well, but-
applicant, you can ask the applicant if they're available on those dates.
But the projection report is a agendized item, like holistically, right? I'm sorry.
Holistically, it is, but I think I'm being advised, we're wandering a little past what's agendized. So, look, we just need to understand when the commission's available. Now, we know everybody's going to be here on the 16th. Is that correct?
We do. Well, okay.
Commissioner Stahl, we need to understand if you're available for the regularly scheduled hearings. I mean, that's one of the requirements of being on the commission.
And as far as I know, I will be here.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, perhaps with county council, and is that the last regularly scheduled hearing we had, we did take comment on the scheduling of this meeting from All Saints as a church, like they were here and presenting on this topic. I am open to the idea that we may be going too far, and this is where I'm happy to be educated on this topic, but if you could, perhaps, County Council, if you could clarify how to walk this line of my bias is towards taking public comment, but I respect if that is a thing we should not do.
Mr. Chair, it's certainly within the commission's discretion and specifically the chair's discretion to call for public comment at any time. I just wanted to emphasize that what you're doing is scheduling a hearing, and that this is not an agendized item, but what the commission is doing is handling the administrative scheduling of hearings. It's certainly within your discretion to call for public comment.
To be clear, my concern on this topic is that at the last meeting, we did take public comment on the scheduling of a meeting. If we are taking the position that we can't today, I can understand that. I want to be able to articulate a difference of kind, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, I am not advising that you cannot take public comment, and it is absolutely within your discretion to call for public comment at this time.
So with that, I would like to open the floor to public comment on the issue of the projection report, and hopefully that proves informative to all of our understanding of what comes next.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to make this more fun, why don't we move to just general public comment? And if anybody in general public comment wants to comment on the scheduling, then they can. So we can just kill two birds with one stone.
Okay, yeah, so we are tabling this item, and we're coming back to the projection report, but first we will go to general public comment.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. We're going to trail this item on scheduling hearings until later in the agenda. But now we'll move to general public comment on items not on the agenda, and if they want to talk about the scheduling, they're more than welcome to.
So I would like to provide an opportunity since this is a little bit of a timing surprise, for anybody in the room to submit a public speaking request. And Mr. Villalobos, would you solicit those who are online to offer, if they would be interested in participating in public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have one hand up. Mark Chatillo.
Okay.
I believe there's somebody else who was here he's on his way, who wanted to do a comment.
Yeah, we will. Let's make general public comment, I guess, 3 minutes. Chair recognizes Mr. Chatillo for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Chatillo on behalf of All Saints by the Sea. We very much appreciate your considering our views in the scheduling item here, and I've been trying to communicate and coordinate with the All Saints staff, and most importantly, Reverend Smith, to make sure that he's available. I myself am not going to be available on the 16th or the 18th or the 23rd. And it's my understanding that Reverend Smith is also not available during that time. So our preference, and I can confirm that we are all available on November 20th. So I understand this is very challenging, and we very much appreciate your considering our views as the most immediate and probably the most impacted neighbor to the project. We certainly want to be active and productive participants in this process, and we very much want to be able to share with your commission the concerns and interests that we have in your deliberations. So thank you very much for considering that.
Thank you, Mr. Chatillo. Chair, I'd like to recognize Mr. Gearson, I believe, for speaking on the Miramar hearing for 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to address the group today. Appreciate your hard work and your help in this matter. And just listening to the discussion previously about scheduling, I think it is very important to give all the stakeholders in the community a chance to prepare their materials and to be available for the hearing for this very important development at the Rosewood Miramar Hotel. I might add, in perusing the agenda for today, in addition, at the end of your agenda, there's the Santa Barbara Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment, and I noticed that there is an exception for automatic approval of development within 300 feet of the coast. There are certain exceptions to automatic development under some of the state things.
Mr. Gerson, we would encourage you, if you wish to speak to an item on the agenda that we will have public comment
Okay,
for that
sorry.
item on the agenda at that time. But as it relates to items not on the agenda.
Sure.
Or items that are agenda adjacent, say scheduling, we would,
right.
now is the time.
So back to the Miramar question. There are several people who do want to speak on this topic, and I noticed that the general policy of the commission is to have a 15-minute period of time set aside, 3 minutes per person.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering if, when people come to that hearing, whether or not they can combine time with each other to yield time, as it were, so that somebody could perhaps have a longer presentation to the board. We actually are preparing a short slideshow, a short PowerPoint presentation, and we wanted to coordinate that with Mr. Villalobos so that we can put the images and charts up on the screen for you all to see. So I'm just wondering, how we can combine those times. So that was my question, is how we're going to deal with the testimony and whether or not people can yield time to each other so that one group can have a bit of a longer time.
Mr. Gerson, we take those comments under advisement. We will not be responding to that
Right.
particular question at this time. But if you have any other input about general topics that are not agendized, we are happy to hear them for the next 42 seconds.
All right, great. I just want to reiterate that this is a very important issue with the community, and I know that you'll do your best to try to involve as many people as possible in making this decision as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, do we have additional comments online? Or commenters, excuse
Yes,
me.
Mr. Chair, we do have an additional hand up. It's a member of the Miramar applicant team, Katie Mangan.
Recognize Ms. Mankin for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Mangan on behalf of Caruso and the Miramar. We ask that today you set a hearing date at the earliest possibility of a quorum. We started exploring this idea coming up on 2 years ago and have made significant changes in our plan in response to community feedback. We feel it's important to move this plan, which is 76% affordable housing for employees of the Miramar, forward. We ask that you move this forward expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, Ms. Mangan. At this point, do we have other public speaker slips, either for in person? I need a copy of your slip before you come to the lectern. Or if, yeah, okay. The chair recognizes Mr. Lloyd for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable commission members. My name is Mark Lloyd. I am the agent for the Santa Barbara Four Seasons Biltmore. And with the vacation of the Miramar project from your agenda, we are willing to fill that space on that agenda if you should see so to do so.
I'd like to just make a remark about that. The noticing requirements are not, we wouldn't be able to make them. They've passed for the second. And we don't have a quorum. So it's not available for any projects. Oh, except, oh yeah, you could
There
sit
is a
in.
unique
But we have-
dynamic in which we could have a quorum for the Biltmore than that we can't have for the Miramar, but
Correct.
it is,
But it's past the noticing deadline, yeah.
it is, I apologize for
Right.
the nuances of this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commission members.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I appreciate your comment. Are there, Mr. Villalobos, are there additional online comments or are there comments in person of people who are still working on a speaker slip?
Mr. Chair, no additional requests online, and I'm not seeing anyone rising in the audience.
Okay, so with that, is there additional guidance either commissioners or staff would like before we take another 5-minute break to attempt to come to scheduling consensus?
Mr. Chair, I have a thought. So there's 2 dates that are available. My recommendation is that we just set both those dates, just as this scheduling for the 18th and 23rd. So just make a motion, take a vote on to set a special hearing for the 18th and the 23rd. There's a lot of things on the agenda, so there's a good chance that we could continue items to those dates anyway. So just strictly speaking, just to set a special hearing for the 18th and 23rd. Both of October. Both of those dates are beyond October 16th, which is our regular scheduled hearing date. So if there's an issue with quorum, we can always cancel them at that time. But I would just say, just in abundance of caution, let's set some special hearings so we have maximum flexibility to get through the items on our calendar.
Would staff still like a 5-minute break?
No, we're really looking forward to a motion and some action. Looking for some action.
Indeed. Commissioner Stahl.
The understanding that I have is that the people representing All Saints will not be available on either of those dates. Is that correct? I mean, that's what they've told us.
So, Mr. Chair, here's what I'm asking you to do.
Yes.
We're not going to set a hearing for a special project. We're going to set some special hearings, and the chair and the secretary and staff will work out what will be agendized for those meetings.
Okay. So,
I have a question.
Commissioner Pliche.
Staff, Mr. Wilson, is there any possibility that we can meet in the early part of November? If not October, just to accommodate other people that might want to be at that meeting? Or do we just vote on the 2 meetings dates you've given us?
Additionally,
so I think November is an option, but can we focus on October 1st, and then we can get to November? Because we may need to set a special hearing in November as well.
Mr. Wilson, I'm wanting to I appreciate that there is a flexibility being built into what is proposed that I respect. That said, if it is an agendized meeting for the Miramar project, my inability to contribute to quorum makes me not a factor in that. If the anticipation is that either the 18th or the 23rd is potentially other matters, then should I be reviewing my own personal availability in that I would be a quorum? If it's not project specific, do you mind? I'm sorry, I had not done that yet because so do you mind if I?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if it's not project specific, then yes, Mr. Chair, you could look at your calendar. If it's related to set a special hearing for the Miramar, then our recommendation is that you do recuse yourself from that vote.
I do understand that. Okay.
But there are 3 other commissioners that can vote on special hearings in October to hear the Miramar.
So I am not available the 23rd, but I would be available the 18th. That's my. Okay.
So if it's, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, so if it's for the October 23rd for the Miramar, you'd recuse yourself anyway?
Correct.
So here's a way to navigate this. I know this is like a moving target, and this is like planning at its best. Just move the goalpost around.
Yeah.
The commissioners, with the exception of the chair, focus October 18th and the 23rd. So make a motion, second, and take a vote whether or not the commission would like to set a special hearing on either one of those dates.
Chair?
Okay, so should we take this as a matter of discussion? Should we take this as a matter of discussion at this point? With that understood, Commissioner Senhauer, Chair recognizes you.
To clarify that this is not, this date is, for a special hearing, is not project-specific, but yet it's interchanged with a descriptor of the Miramar. So a special hearing with, at this point, no project identified?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I've just confused everyone. And I was trying to be like Commissioner Chair Miller and come up with a great metaphor, like skinning cats or something like that. But there was a goat at one point we were talking about. But so refocusing, setting a special hearing for the Miramar. The chair would recuse himself from voting on that. And so the 3 remaining commissioners can make a motion, second, and discuss whether or not to set special hearing for October 18th and the 23rd.
Okay.
Chair.
Chair recognizes Commissioner Stahl.
I still don't understand how we can consider dates in October when a very major part of the community has already stated to us that they are not available in October. I mean, I realize that they're telling us we can't consider that because it's not an applicant, but in my brain, I have to consider it. And I just feel like it's just slapping them in the face.
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Stahl. Given Council's suggestion that I have a conflict of interest here, I am going to shy away from the topic that you are presenting so that I can continue to chair the procedural elements of scheduling this. But so
It's just
I hear you.
procedural elements are constraining us from doing our job and what we're here for. So that, I guess that's more of a comment.
Is there further discussion about scheduling these meetings? Otherwise, I'd like to call for a motion to set up special meetings.
I move that we have a special meeting on the 18th, if that's possible, first, and if not, the 23rd, but I'll try the 18th. That's my motion. Is that okay with you, Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just reframe or just clarify your motion. The motion would be to set a special hearing for October 18th and October 23rd.
Well, either or.
We may not need both of them, but they can be canceled. So you
Jeez.
can just set a special hearing now for the 18th and 23rd, knowing that the 18th would be the one that we'd be focused on.
But you're saying we possibly would have to meet both dates?
No, I'm
Okay,
just saying
all
the
right.
other date is just
Okay,
an
I'll
option.
start out with, I move that we have a meeting on October 18th.
Just setting a special hearing.
We recommend that you pick both dates. That way we have maximum flexibility.
Okay.
We will cancel one.
All right, that's what I said to begin with, but
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson wanted to interpret it differently. Okay, no, maybe you just want to vote. I don't know. All right, I got a motion out there now. Thank you.
I have a motion. I am looking for a second.
I'll second, and then discussion.
Okay. Well, let's have further discussion on the motion. Commissioner Senauer, do you have thoughts or comments of discussing the motion?
I do, and it's regarding the constraints upon us, and not the ability to consider other interested parties, only the applicant. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Police, do you have any
Yes.
comments or discussions regarding the motion?
I'm disappointed that we heard from the attorney from the neighbor, the big neighbor next door, the church, and they can't make it. But if the county insists on having these meetings scheduled without the large, close neighbor, and that's fine with them, then I guess we will take that in consideration when we possibly vote. But I just think it's kind of silly to do it this way, but I'm willing to assign the dates.
Can I-
Commissioner Stahl, do you have comments?
Yes. Where are these October dates being generated? I mean, if we're going to consider other dates, why aren't we considering dates in November? I mean, why are we only being given dates in October?
I believe that these are dates that both that work for county staff in terms of the availability
But
of
that isn't-
SBTV
but that's
and
not
of the
the-
applicant.
Okay.
Is that correct? Steph? Okay.
Well,
That was the origin of
I
where the
don't
dates
know
came
that
from.
those are the most important elements of this discussion. So I would much rather be given some dates later in the year
Okay,
or January.
or January, okay. With that, I will call for a vote. Okay, I have Mr. Villalobos, would you mind having a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Yes?
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl.
No.
And Chair Miller.
Wait, how does my recusal work on this topic? I'm sorry,
Mr. Chair, you can schedule a hearing. We're not saying what projects are on those dates. So you can vote on this.
okay.
No,
I vote aye.
Look, okay, I'm sorry. This is really a challenging process. We can potentially move things around. So I don't think we should commit to exactly what is going to be on those dates, because we have to talk to whether or not we have Mr. Kupiak, Commissioner Kupiak, that's going to be available. So what we're trying to do is leave as many options open as possible so that we can try and work some magic with the chair to get projects scheduled for hearings. That's how I would ask that you guys look at it.
Looking at dates in October?
Commissioner Stahl, you have a motion, and I think what we're asking you to do is take a vote and then see how it goes.
We are past a discussion to a vote. I believe the motion has passed. And so we have, at this point, resolved the Miramar topic, at which point we need to go on to if I've understood staff's recommendation to Commissioner Stahl, which is that the commission discusses the agendizing of the Biltmore project on the regularly scheduled meeting of the 16th. If I misunderstood your comments earlier, that's one thing, but that is what I had heard from staff is like, that is a topic you guys will have to discuss. And if that is indeed what we need to be doing, then we will discuss that.
If you could just afford us 1 minute.
So, Mr. Chair, we need to finish that action, that motion, so.
I'm sorry, what remains open about the previous motion?
Whether your vote was yes or no.
I said I was aye.
Oh,
If-
aye, okay. So
assuming
motion passes
I'm sorry.
3-1.
My understanding was that county council advised that I am not conflicted out of voting on agendizing a special meeting. And so I am an aye vote on having that meeting. I am, yes. And so I believe we are now moving on to the matter of the Biltmore's agended topic. So this is now it's a vote of 3-1. So with that, do we open the floor for commissioners' conversation about agendizing the Biltmore on the 16th?
So, Mr. Chair, before we get to there, we do need a motion to cancel October 2nd.
Okay, I move to cancel the October 2nd meeting.
Want to vote? Aye.
Wait, that's Mr. Villalobos, would you do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Chair, I would like clarification on the special meeting we voted 3-1 on. When the subject is special hearing, when we see it, there will be no project under it. Is that correct? Because it was, okay, it was not project specific, and I think what we voted on was simply the date and not the project.
Correct. We did not vote on agendizing a project for the special meeting, that staff will, if I understand this correctly, we have 3 meetings in the course of a week. We have a meeting on October 16th that is regularly scheduled. We now have a special hearing agendized for October 18th, 2 days later, and we have yes, and then we have a third meeting, a second special hearing that would then be October 23rd, or a week after the regularly scheduled meeting. The agenda for any of these 3 meetings is up to the discretion of staff to agendize what items will happen in any of these 3 meetings.
And that was our vote.
That was our vote. That I hope it's properly understood that I am unavailable on the 23rd. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, that's a great segue for the next conversation. So, in regards to what the chair so eloquently described as far as setting the agendas, we have now set hearings for the 18th and 23rd. October 16th is a regularly scheduled meeting, and staff will be putting items on that agenda. And we'll also be looking at those other 2 dates to add items to those dates as well. So the agenda items is going to be coming from staff. We're not agendized today to talk about the merits of anything that could potentially be on the projection report. So any conversations about hearing or not hearing items on those dates, that can be a request to the chair to work with staff on scheduling those things, but it's not before the commission to vote on whether or not to hear an item on those dates.
I have a question.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Police.
Mr. Wilson, can we be assured of having all the data for whatever particular subject matter is on the first meeting in advance, at least a week?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and Commissioner Police, not that you're an additional commissioner.
I'm over here too.
Yes,
Okay.
you will get the application material, a week before the hearing. That's what we can commit to.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we, as a commission, may now discuss guidance for the chair in working with staff about scheduling agendas for the next 3 meetings. If I appropriately synthesized your comments, Mr. Wilson?
So Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe our business is done on the projection report. We're not agendized to talk about specific projects. So I would, if they want to respond to the projection report and identify things, then you can make that comment, and staff will note those comments, and then staff will work with the chair on items that are being agendized.
What you said is correct. Yeah, you're going to be working with staff to figure out what's on the agenda.
I appreciate both of your help on this matter. I apologize for the obliqueness of my requests. It is a little bit of a struggle to see through the fog today, and so thank you. With that, I would like to solicit commissioners for comments about the agenda, about possible agenda items on the projection report. And with that, I'd like to turn to Commissioner Stahl first.
So we're discussing possible items for agendizing
Yes.
for the next meeting.
Discussing possible items for agendizing for the next 3 meetings that, and and that the comments that you make will be taken under advisement by both myself and staff as the agenda for these 3 meetings is formed.
Okay, I would like to request an agenda item
Okay.
for the October 16th meeting regarding the possibility of the county providing a traffic study be done for all 4 items, or all 4 projects that have come before us or are coming before us, which would be the Music Academy, the Biltmore, the Coral Casino, and the Miramar. We haven't been given any information about how those 4 projects interact with one another. The only information that we have is each one separately. And I don't see how we could be called a planning commission without looking for information on the 4 of them. So I would request an item discussing that on the October 16th.
Okay, so this is a request to agendize an item on the projection report, as part of the projection report. Thank you. Commissioner Sanhauer. Commissioner Felice. No comment. Okay. I believe with that, we have concluded the projection report, and we get to move on to, am I correct, the director's report? Is that, I'm sorry, let me find my, oh, no, I'm sorry, we need, I apologize, I've gotten my papers out of order. It's now public, planning commissioners' informational reports. With that,
Is it the director's report?
you know what, we'd love to do the director's report first. You may have, yes,
Oh,
please
no,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, move ahead with your
I
regularly
was-
scheduled item.
Okay.
I just have to leave at 11, that's all.
Yeah, no, I respect that. Why go, we can, our information reports do not necessarily require your presence, so please go ahead,
Okay,
Director.
thank you. Fortunately for you, I do not have a very long director's report today. So a couple things I wanted to report on is that there's the Planning Commissioner Conference in San Luis Obispo, October 4th and 5th. So if you're interested, I know Mr. Villalobos has been sending out materials, but we always encourage the commissioners to attend these seminars and conferences as you meet other commissioners and you can learn valuable information. I also wanted to let the commission know that the board, I don't believe it affects Montecito in any way, but they are asking the staff to come back to the board with information about mobile home parks. There have been there's been one conversion of a senior-only park in the Orcutt area, and now there is some concerns that may start happening in the Santa Barbara area. We will be going back to the board with some information on October 1st about these mobile home parks and what they can do to preserve senior-only parks, their overlays and things like that. So they're going to be giving us direction on October 1st. There's also the APA conference, which is the end of this month, September 28th through the 1st of October. If planning commissioners are interested in that as well, that's down in Riverside this year, and they do have some sessions related to planning commissioners. It's also a very informative conference. Just an update on some actions taken by the board. The Climate Action Plan was approved by the board on August 27th. So that is now been adopted, and there are many items that are implementation items that are going to be followed through on. We'll learn more about that as we move forward with CSD, but obviously there are some very steep goals in terms of reducing greenhouse gases in our county. And then yesterday, it's a North County item, but they approved a project related to a processing facility called Arctic Cold up in the Santa Maria Valley area, just outside the Santa Maria boundaries. And then upcoming items, we have a number of items that are going to be going to the board between now and the end of the year. I think we have roughly 16. So we are bringing cannabis odor ordinance amendments that are going to the County Planning Commission next week. They will be going to the board on the 5th of November, and that's related to the coastal zone changes and particularly focused on Carpinteria. We have the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, which is scheduled to go to the board on the 5th as well. We have the HLAC recommendation of the All Saints being a landmark. That's going on the 15th of October. We have the Tate Edition appeal going on the 15th of October. And we have the Noise Woodall appeal going on the 15th of October. Let me see. We have the Music Academy appeal going on the 11th of November. And sorry, some of these dates got sort of cattywampus when I copied this over, but I'm sorry, we also have an appeal on the 15th of October, Sierra Botanicals, but that doesn't impact the Montecito PC. But the things you'll be concerned about are the Tate edition on the 10/15, the Music Academy appeal on 11/5, the All Saints on 10/15, and then there's an HLAC nomination for 2929 East Valley Road that will be going on the 10th of December. And I think those are the key things that the commission needs to be aware of for future board items. And then if items like the Biltmore or the Miramar are appealed from this planning commission's decision up to the board, then we will be scheduling dates at the board.
Am I correct that the Tate appeal is the SoCal gas pole?
No.
No.
No, that's the window in the garage.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay. That's going to the Board of Supervisors, huh?
That's going to the board of supervisors, yeah.
Understood.
Train of thought.
Any commissioner questions for the
Yeah,
director?
could you give us the date again for the Music Academy appeal?
Yes. It is,
Because you said the 5th and the 11th.
music is November 5th.
Oh,
It's the 5th, okay. 'cause
November 5th.
Originally you said the 11th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bullets got disoriented when I copied it over, so I'm going to, just for everybody's sake here, just repeat those dates for you for the items that are of concern for the Montecito PC. So we have on the 15th of October, the HLAC recommendation on the All Saints Church for landmarking,
15th.
the 15th of October. We have the Tate Edition appeal on the 15th of October. Those are the two items that the Montecito PC will be concerned about for the board. And then we have the Music Academy appeal on November 5th. We have the HLAC nomination of 2929 East Valley Road for landmarking status on the 10th of December. And then we do have the SB 35 Coastal Zone Amendment, which is something I think you're hearing today, would be on December 10th as well at the board.
Commissioner Senauer.
Thanks for your report. I know you have to scoot at 11. Just a couple informational items I have. One, the community has noticed the stop sign at Oak Road and Mesa, which was introduced anyway, it was off my radar until I went down that street, which is very helpful with traffic calming because Mesa between Hot Springs and Olive Mill is whether it's on apps or whatever, it can be cars are very fast. That is an improvement, I believe. And I think that goes through BOS at some point. Also, that's how it got determined that a stop sign would be a safety measure. So kudos to that. The other thing is there is something on East Mountain Drive as far as around Cold Springs, I think parking, it's not what has been identified as at Hot Springs as a problem. In any case, they're doing some public works, some road maintenance or something like that, which I think will be helpful from my understanding as far as accessibility to hiking and safety on East Mountain Drive. I think Tuesday at BOS, wasn't there a Buena Vista debris basin discussion or not? Going forward with it, at least funding, et cetera. And I thought I saw that agendized. I don't.
Commissioner Sena, through the chair, I did not hear that. I was at the board yesterday in Santa Maria.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay. I think it was,
yeah. It would have been a public
consent.
works item.
Yeah. So anyway, that was great, if I'm correct. And I guess that's all. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Stahl, did you have further comment?
I have a question. The hearing that they're doing for 2929 East Valley, the historic, is that a request by the owner or by the committee?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, that's a request by the committee. The owner is objecting.
Thank you.
Is that the formerly Moody Cottage location?
No.
Oh. Commissioner Pliche.
Yes. You didn't mention on their second go-around of dates, the Carpinteria cannabis thing. What date was that? Because then I have a comment about that.
Yes, that is expected to go November 5th.
November 5th. And could that be, is that an appeal vote, or what is that?
The commission is hearing ordinance amendments next week. And then because it's an ordinance amendment, it has to go to the board. So it's the second hearing on it that's required. So anytime we amend the general plan or our code, it goes to the PC first for a recommendation and then goes to the board for final action.
So that won't leak into January, this vote for this particular item?
I cannot predict that. I mean, we have it scheduled for the 5th. The board may make a different decision, and
It's just, as much as I really appreciate the final months of our illustrious supervisor doing his job, and he's really working hard. I just curious how all these things are coming down the last 2 months of the year, and we have 8 months lame duck situation. I just wondered, when do we think about the efficacy of having the new supervisor weigh in on anything in our district?
Commissioner Pliche, through the chair, we have one sitting board member right now, and so we
Work it.
work
Okay.
with our board.
True.
And we
Okay.
bring items back as they have requested, and we just continue processing applications. It's not unusual for us to have a lot of things stack up at the end of the year.
Right. It's just a lot in this district, seems like. Anyway, thank
That's
you.
true.
Commissioner Stahl.
On the appeal of the Music Academy, is there anything at all that's a part of the item on our agenda today, the coastal zoning ordinance amendment, that would in any way, shape, or form impact that project?
I do not believe so.
Do you know for sure?
It does not.
Does not. Okay, so that would have zero impact on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner Senhauer.
One more informational item. Stu, I've gotten a couple calls, and I walk through the open space at Casa Dorenda quite often. And electric bikes, road bikes are going on the paths now, and they're impacting pedestrian walking. and they're not staying on the pass, and things are getting really disturbed, and the trail is not what it was when it was, is it MTF that is doing the trail for Casa D? I'm not sure. In any case, the query was, Casa D is responsible for this, not the county, and queries have to go to them, like signage, no bikes allowed, no electric, all that. So it's incumbent upon them, their obligation, to be on notice about this somehow.
I believe that's correct. I don't think it's a county, I don't think they give the county an easement. It is, maybe they have a relationship with the Trails Foundation, but I don't think the county, I don't know. That's not my department. I hate to say it, but
It was just before us,
Yeah.
like in 17 or 18, that whole space, open space.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering where the obligation
I think I would
was.
start with Casa Dorinda and let them know what's going on.
I'll tell them that. Thank you.
We have an annual, like, FYI report that comes from them every year. I don't quite know for why, but that's done now. Okay. Okay, understood. Without seeing further comments from,
Our
right,
only questions now are supposed to be about the director's,
questions
report,
specifically for the
not-
director about the director's report, yes.
okay, not in general.
Not,
Okay.
no, well, I mean, we should have broad latitude about good conversation between the director and commissioners. So if it's a question that is best addressed to the director and not other staff, now would be the time.
Okay, in upcoming projects that include affordable housing, back when we were looking at the Coral Casino project, you told me we were not allowed to consider the part of the Biltmore that was designated as potential employee housing as part of our approval. So my question on that, because, we've got these projects coming up, what is the actual impact to Montecito if we don't meet what the state has requested for affordable housing?
So Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, we have an obligation to meet our numbers on the South Coast. There were 2 projects that came forward as pending projects in the Montecito community that helped meet our numbers. If those projects do not move forward, that can create issues for the county in terms of continuing to meet the RENA allocation. And then if we came to a place where we could no longer, based on what we have in our pipeline and with the new zoning, meet our RENA number, we would have to come back and rezone properties.
So how would we find out from the county if they have other potential properties that are considered part of the South Coast that would make
It's
up
all on our
for-
housing element website. All the sites that were selected, all the sites that were identified as pending projects are on our housing element website. We're happy to walk you through that at some point. But these 2, the projects that were identified, and I don't know the status of the Biltmore. I think that has changed. The only project we have now that is contributing to any affordable housing in the Montecito area is the Miramar.
And do you happen to know, just general information, if there are still properties in Montecito that are owned by the Water District?
I do not know that. I don't have that information available to me at this moment.
How would we find that out?
I would reach out to the district.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Pleiche.
Okay, hate to be contrary, but I was at the board when you approved, and I think I spoke at regarding the housing element, which included things like Glen Golf Course and all the projects we have on Hollister. And I thought at that time that we had, made enough approvals that we had a cushion of maybe a couple hundred at least spots. And that this project here we're not going to be conditioned on the approval of the South Coast based on the Miramar. If there's plenty, in fact, were they even in that group?
So I want to make sure we don't start wandering off and having a discussion that's not agendized. But what I will tell you is we have a buffer,
Right.
but we also have two sites that are in Carpinteria that are going to the Coastal Commission that make up some of our numbers. We don't know if those sites will be rezoned. So these things are in flux, right? We won't know until we hear back from the Coastal Commission whether they are going to be pursued as housing that, or sites that can provide low-income housing. And so right now, we have very few sites east of Goleta,
Right.
very few. And
Yeah,
we
just-
have, as staff, attempted to try and distribute this across our county, particularly in the South Coast, because there are employees that live across our county and employees that live in Montecito and Carpinteria that need affordable housing.
But my understanding was that the city of Santa Barbara and District 2 and District 3 of the South Coast covered your quota. You didn't need participation from one, but if you can get it, you'd love to have it. But I thought we had enough. Well, that's, I mean, if you didn't-
Commissioner Police, we have a buffer right now, but what I'm telling you is circumstances change and we don't know
Okay,
if,
I understand.
yeah.
Director Plowman, thank you for your time today. Appreciate it. And no. So with that, shall we move on to informational reports from commissioners?
We did. I think we did that.
No, I tried to do it, but then I realized, out of respect for Director Plowman's time, that we would swap those two items. So we are now back to informational reports in as much as anybody wishes to provide one.
Because I gave mine.
Oh, well, thank you for your informational report. She gave her informational report within the context of a comment and question to Director Plowman. It was,
So we're moving along?
well, unless Commissioner Stahl, or if you have additional informational reports.
I could just,
This is information, this is not necessarily related, this isn't necessarily ex parte on a particular project, but it is things that you would deem of value to other commissioners that have happened in the last month, so, that you've been involved in. No, okay.
No.
This is not a time to cover ex parte on any given project. This is I went to this meeting and it informed my opinions on how I view my planning role.
Right, and the stop sign on me.
And so, for instance, the new stop sign. Okay. So with that, my particular desire is to keep this caravan trucking because that we are an hour away from a lunchtime break. May I suggest that we consider item 1? And that would allow us to dismiss certain staff, I believe?
Minutes?
And, oh, I'm sorry, let's do minutes, and then let's do minutes, and then item, I think we've got a bunch of minutes to consider.
Mr. Chair, so just to remind the commission about the set of minutes. So set of February 21st is the set that the commission has previously deferred because the Commissioner Kupiec had wanted input on a particular
Right.
set.
Okay.
And then the minutes set of May 15th. I believe the reason, and even August 21st, I believe it was just the commissioners who were present didn't quite match the members who were present at the set for the meeting that we were reviewing the minutes.
So I believe we can do August, and potentially we can do May, right?
we can't do February?
That's up to
February,
you.
we're holding till we can always do them, but Commissioner Kubiak has requested that, that we wait on that until, and so that would remain my preference also. But I would, I'm sorry, let me look at the May minutes. Who would, let's, May, it was, we have Commissioner Stahl, Commissioner Senauer, and myself. So we had, what was the quorum then is present as a quorum now to approve the May meeting minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve the May meeting minutes.
Wait, May.
That Bob and Ron, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kubiak and Commissioner Police were both out that day, and so So casting my eyes to my left, is there a commissioner who would be interested in making a motion to approve these minutes? Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner Stahl,
I second.
Mr. Senauer. Discussion? Hearing none, I'll do this as a voice vote because all those in favor of approving the May minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so I think we have a,
So motion would pass 301,
301,
presumably
yes.
with Commissioner Belice abstaining.
yes. Okay, on to the August meeting minutes.
I have a query about that.
Sure.
So in the waived hearing section, public hearing, in August, the same Ramsey Sports Court demolition was acknowledged, waived, no action taken, but it's also on our agenda today. So it's duplicative, so I just need clarification. I mean, I know there's no action on our part, but I'm just curious why it's twice.
So, good eye, Commissioner Senauer. I made the same inquiry when I received the request from the planner. And my understanding was that out of abundance of caution, we are doing this again because there was a change in ownership of the property. And that was the only reason.
Okay, okay, thank you.
With that, I would entertain a motion for approval of the August 21st.
I move we approve those minutes of August 21st.
I have a motion. I'm looking for a second.
Second, 2 seconds.
Okay, well, this is 2 seconds. Discussion. Hearing none, I have a voice vote. All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
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 So motion for that one passed 301 with Commissioner Stahl, I would assume, abstaining.
Yes. Okay,
Those two are out of the way.
so those two are out of the way. So with that, now, let's take up item number 1. Mr. Villalobos, would you read that into the record for us? if you
Yes,
don't mind?
certainly, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Elwood Barrett, appellant to consider case number 24 APL 5, an appeal of the director's approval of land use permit case number 23 LUP 417, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline section 15303E.
Thank you. And so if I understand correctly, we have a staff report on this topic today?
What's happening in a month?
Chair and members of the commission. No, the applicant requested that we continue the item until December 18th, 2024, and the appellant is on board with that. So before you have a continuance memo.
Okay, and so Commissioner Senauer, you had some questions about this, about the nature of a continuance, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was just to address our protocol about dealing with it, about our action. Since it was a request, is it a vote? It was procedural. That was my question.
Is this a consent kind of thing, or is this a we need to vote on it kind of thing? Oh, we're on
the
the
item-
continuance.
Yeah, so the item was continued to this date, a date specific.
Yes.
So it's on the agenda. So the request by the applicant is to request the commission continue it again to the date that they provided.
And
It is a vote.
it is a vote. That's my question. Okay. So I am looking
And
for.
we do need to, before we do
Okay,
the motion vote, yes.
I would like to open the floor to public comment on the continuance of the Barrett appeal of the Southern California gas utility pole.
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands up online, and I'm not seeing any ones stand up in the audience.
December. Okay, seeing no public comment, I would entertain a motion to approve the continuance.
I move that we continue this agenda item to December 18th.
I'll
Oh, wait, we don't have a meeting scheduled for that date, do we?
No.
Like, the continuance is requesting for a date that is not a currently scheduled meeting.
We have a fourth.
No.
No, I mean that.
No, we have nothing in December.
What the hell is it? Is that a date that we have?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so it is on the calendar. It's a regularly scheduled hearing. It's just not on the projection report because we haven't got that far. Commissioner Police, I think that may be appropriate at that time. But yes, December 18th is a regularly scheduled hearing.
Okay,
Mark my calendar.
okay, thanks. Sorry about that. No, Commissioner Senor.
Do we have a second? I'm
We
confused.
need a second.
We need a second, yes.
I'll second it, but I have a,
Okay, then we'll open for discussion. Okay, hearing a second, I'd like to open it for discussion to the commissioners. Commissioner Senor.
so regarding availability of attending on December 18th, I can attend. However, I can not be within the prescribed location parameters, jurisdiction. So my presence would not constitute a member of the quorum. So while I can be remote, I cannot constitute part of a quorum, just FYI.
That's a good point, and it's one I would echo myself. So the quorum will depend on Commissioner Police, Commissioner Stahl, and Commissioner Kubiak.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, are you saying you're going to be not available on December 18th?
I'm saying I will not be in the jurisdiction. I'm available telephonically. My virtual presence is.
Can we have two? So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
I
As long as
think-
we have 3 people in the room, I think we can, yes.
Chair and Commissioners, we can also discuss pushing it to the January date if that works better.
When is the regularly scheduled January date for us, please?
That's a good question. Let me see what I've drafted. We haven't finalized the schedule yet.
Chair and Commissioners,
Wednesday?
the third Thursday looks like it would be the 15th, or Wednesday, the 15th.
January 15th. We have a new president, okay.
Yes, January 15th.
I am available within the jurisdiction in this room.
Okay, so I would entertain a revision to the motion to move it to continue it to January rather than December.
I can't say that I can.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we seem to be struggling with scheduling. Let's just continue to the 18th, and if there's a problem with the quorum on the 18th, we'll just
Okay,
continue it again.
sounds good. Thanks. Okay, with that, I will call for a roll call vote. Mr. Villalobos, please.
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Zenauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, Chair Miller.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. We have now dealt with topic 1. On to topic. So we have two more topics, is that right? Is there one that we should take before the other, Mr. Wilson? Or is there one that is realistically dispatchable prior to lunch? We have 2 topics to go. The lighting one seems beefy and meaningful. And so I'm happy to engage in that, but is engaging in the other one more likely to be completed before lunch? How would you like us, for staff consideration, to proceed? That's what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Chair and staff is here. I just recommend we take the item up and see where we go. And if we can get them all done before lunch, great.
Okay, in the present
In the
order.
present order.
Okay. Understood. So with that, Mr. Villalobos, would you read item number 2 into our record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the Montecito Planning Commission consider case numbers 24 ORD 2 and 3, as well as changes to the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards.
Thank you. So with that, we would go to the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Alex Tuttle with Long Range Planning and Ben Singer. And Ben will be proceeding with a presentation for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Commission members. As mentioned, I'm Ben Singer, one of the County Long Range Planners, before you today to present the outdoor lighting signs and miscellaneous ordinance amendments. I'll go over all of the amendments pretty broadly, but we can get into any specifics the Commission wants to explore specifically at the end. Something also to note, this was previously read in on August 21st as the presentation notes. It was promptly continued, so we are returned that day or today. From then, presentation date was not updated. It didn't need to be. There are a few minor corrections that were made to the ordinance, mostly grammatical things, and that is why you will have seen a memo with all of the documents redocketed. I'm happy to go over the specifics of what those minor changes were at the end as well, if the Commission so desires. As the title implies, there are 3 parts to this ordinance. Each one has a different purpose. The outdoor lighting amendments are to create a consistent set of regulations around lighting. They're easy to use and set a standard for dark sky compliance. The sign amendments will modernize these sign regulations, removing out-of-date language and making them easier to interpret and apply. And the miscellaneous updates will clarify and modernize a few different sections of the code so that interpreting and processing of projects is easier and more consistent, as well as adding some language that will help with the enforcement of short-term rentals and homestays. Starting off with the outdoor lighting amendments, we have the existing MLUDC shown here. It's a pretty minimal set of requirements, only requiring that lighting be hooded and directed away from residential areas, and that it doesn't interfere with vehicular traffic, and that there is no recreational court lighting in a residential zone. The existing coastal zoning ordinance requirements are very similar, just worded a little bit differently, and they include lighting being directed away from environmentally sensitive habitat. The recreational court lighting prohibition is also included in the Montecito overlay district that is referenced in the list of overlay districts on this section. Getting into the proposed lighting regulations, we took a lot of the language from some of the other areas of the county and expanded upon it. So there will be exemptions for certain lights, meaning they don't need to meet the standards of the code sections. Some of the exemptions are traffic lights, temporary lights for construction or emergencies when there's a public agency involved, temporary seasonal lighting decorations, and very low output light, which are defined as having less than 60 lumens, as well as there are a few other exemptions that I have not listed here. We are also prohibiting search, strobe, and laser lights, mercury vapor lights, uplighting, and we're keeping the prohibition on recreational court lighting in residential zones. The ordinance will establish a host of new regulations, including maximum light levels with specifics for environmentally sensitive habitat areas, the buffers around those areas, as well as maximum light levels at property lines, which are different based on what the zone of the development that property is in. There are new general requirements that all lights be fully shielded or full cutoff. There are maximum height requirements for lights, which are different depending on if the light is mounted on a building or freestanding. There is a maximum Kelvin of lighting set at 4,000 for security lights and 3,000 for all other lights. I've included the Kelvin scale as an image here so that you can get a sense of what that 4,000 and 3,000 will look like on lights. The ordinance also has requirements on timing for lights, so when lights have to be turned off, or at least on a motion sensor and automatic shutoff. And then there are new definitions so that everything included is clearly defined. Moving on to signs. The existing MLUDC requirements have quite a bit more on signs than they do for lighting. The MLUDC includes prohibited signs, exempt signs, permit requirements, general standards, what signs are allowed in different zones, non-conforming sign requirements, and provisions for violation and enforcement. The coastal zoning ordinance has a lot less for signs. It refers the reader to Article 1 of the county code and only has real regulations for the Summerland area. Article 1, which is the coastal sign ordinance, was adopted on April 27th, 1970, and was last updated on November 7th, 1995. So it is pretty old for an ordinance that we are still using. It does include some of the same regulations like prohibited signs, exempt signs, permit requirements, allowable signs by zone, but it also has zone districts that no longer exist and a lot of vague requirements that could really use an update. The updated sign regulations will expand the exemptions and prohibitions that are currently in the code, adding more modern signs, as well as including some specifics regarding coastal access. New, clearer sign measurement standards are also included, some of which are shown here. There are new general standards proposed, such as requirements for sign materials, clearance, illumination, and changeable copy standards. The sign allowances are changing a little bit. Currently, sign allowances are based on zone, but the proposed version will be based on development type, the main types being residential, commercial, industrial, and other non-residential. Another change is that non-conforming signs are proposed to be treated the same as other non-conforming structures, where the use is allowed to continue so long as the non-conformance is not further exacerbated. There are also new maintenance standards to ensure that signs are kept in good condition. We're proposing some changes to the permits for signs, which are sign certificates of conformance and overall sign plans. Those are the two permit types. Included in this is the deletion of the sign modification permit, the provisions of which are now just part of the overall sign plan. Finally, like the outdoor lighting, there are new and updated definitions so that everything is clearly defined. Moving on to the miscellaneous changes. We have clarified standards for varying side and rear setbacks, as well as allowances for accessory structures in setback areas. This image shows some of that, and these changes will help the planning department be more consistent with permit processing. We also have clarified the standards for interior lot setbacks and how they're applied. For pool cabanas, we're proposing to remove the specific dimensions on pool length, width, and depth that are required to apply for a cabana. And then we are including new enforcement language about advertisement of lodgings, specifically homestays and short-term rentals. The final part of this project are minor changes to the Montecito architectural guidelines and development standards. These are changes to Section E signage based on the proposed sign ordinance amendments. The changes will update references and delete a couple of lines to rely on the ordinances for actual regulations of signs. The style sections of the guidelines are not changing. The MLUDC amendments, which are case number 24 ORD2, and the architectural guidelines amendments can be found exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, which is the common sense exemption, and the coastal zoning ordinance and coastal application of the architectural guidelines amendments can be found pursuant to CEQA sections 15061B3 and also 15265, which exempts the preparation of a local coast program. The recommended actions for your commission this morning are for the MLUDC amendments, case number 24 ORD2, make the required findings and recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the findings, recommend that the board find the ordinance exempt from CEQA, and adopt a resolution recommending that the board approve case number 24 ORD2. For the coastal amendments, case number 24 ORD3, the recommended action is make the required findings and recommend that the County Planning Commission make the findings and recommend that the board make the findings. Recommend that the County PC recommend that the board find the ordinance amendments exempt from CEQA and adopt a resolution recommending that the County PC recommend the board approve case number 24 ORD3. And then for the architectural guideline amendments, the recommended action is to adopt a resolution recommending the board revise the Montecito architectural guidelines and development standards. That concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions, and our consultant, Martha Miller, who helped develop these ordinance amendments, is also available via Zoom to help answer any questions you may have. And again, if you'd like me to go over any specific sections or the specific minor changes between the version that was docketed for the first hearing and this current version, I'm happy to do so. Thank you.
We do have some public comments on this, but would you like would you like questions for staff prior to going to public comment? Well, I have a question for staff. If as people go, is there an exemption in the lighting ordinance for lighting the American flag? And that my understanding is that we're supposed to, if the flag's flying at night, we need a light shining on it. And is there an exemption for that? Or, and I would maybe direct this to county council, is there federal preemption on lighting the American flag?
Chair Miller, there's no specific exemption for that. There can be downlighting above a flag, though without an specific exemption for it, uplighting is otherwise prohibited. I'm not familiar on federal requirements for how a flag is lit, unfortunately.
That's an eminently reasonable understanding. To county council, sorry, is there would there be a federal preemption or exemption on something like this, or is this something we should address? I realize this may be in an obscure realm of law.
So, Chair and Commissioners, I'm happy to look into that. I don't know if there are federal requirements related to that, but that's something that we can check and make sure that our ordinance is in compliance with. And regardless, if there were federal requirements, they would preempt our ordinance if we were inconsistent with them.
So this is an issue that would have some import from, at least for me in my vote, but I so would want to understand that. But is that something that we would need a continuance on, or something? What is the right way to address this?
So I think there's a few ways that you can address this, Chair and Commissioners. You can either choose to amend the ordinance to allow for lighting related to flags if that's something that you're interested in. We could add a provision to the ordinance that says that any lighting related to flags shall comply with federal law. Or if you'd like a brief continuance, we can just search if there's any federal regulations that we need to comply with and report back to you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I could also just add, as Mr. Henson explained, if there is federal law that requires uplighting of a flag, regardless of what our code says, then someone would be allowed to do that. So we don't necessarily need to structure our code to address every conceivable federal provision.
And so is there a difference potentially between like a federal guideline on the matter versus like federal code? We are well beyond things I'm familiar with. If someone wants to light their flag flying at night, I wish that to be a allowed activity. I am indifferent. I mean, I am indifferent to residential versus commercial. This is a sort of a jazz, SUV, and baseballs issue for me. I kind of
Mr. Chair,
things that are
Commissioners,
American. Yeah.
it's up to the discretion of your commission if you want to make a recommendation that uplighting of American flags specifically be exempt from the other provisions of the code. You can add that into your recommendation.
Thanks. My next question was, and this is informational for me. I am, by background, a political science undergrad. Could you walk me through the term Kelvin being used here? I'm familiar with it as a temperature measure, and I am familiar with the term lumens, but the use of the term Kelvin in this context, it was confusing to me.
Chair Miller, yes, Kelvin, you're correct that Kelvin is a temperature measure primarily. It is used as a color temperature measurement as well, which in this case corresponds to the color of the light. So similar to how electromagnetic radiation works, you have kind of different speeds. It's measured differently. Kelvin is just used kind of as an analogous of that. So low Kelvin lights are warmer appearing lights. They're yellower, oranger, redder. High Kelvin lights are cooler and are in the blue shades. So you do have this scale here. You can see 3000 Kelvin is considered warm light. It's kind of a darker orange lighting. Something you might think of candlelight is very far in the warm and very low Kelvin compared to daylight, which is kind of in the middle, and then direct bright blue sky, which is far on the high Kelvin range. So effectively, by setting a Kelvin, we can say you cannot have a bright blue light at night. That is not a kind of color of light that we necessarily want at night. We are limiting it to lower Kelvin, warmer lights that provide kind of a more comfortable to human perception light at night.
So I track what you were saying. There are, with the exemptions for, and I want to make sure I'm using your language, on seasonal holiday or temporary seasonal lighting, would those exemptions exempt them from to put a fine point on it, if someone wanted to hang Hanukkah lights that may be on the daylight end of the spectrum versus Halloween lights that would be on the warmer end of the spectrum, we're not struggling with kind of color selection in lighting.
Correct. So for the exemptions such as the seasonal festive lighting, that would not be required to meet this requirement. So you could have blue Hanukkah lights, you could have white icicle lights, you can have green lights which don't fit anywhere onto this color temperature scale. So yes, the exemptions would not be required to meet this for things like holiday lighting.
If I was wanting to put so there's temporary, the metaphor I'm thinking of is obviously Christmas lights with their little droopy little, but if I wanted to put into my regular light fixture a blue light for the nights of Hanukkah, but it would be my normal outdoor lighting, would those be a normal bulb and a normal fixture, but it would be temporary and seasonal by intent? Is that, well, I want to make sure. If we're taking a window to the Board of Supervisors, I want to make sure we've gotten all the viewpoint stuff on lighting going forward sorted out.
Chairman, I believe as long as you had them temporary, that could count as seasonal lighting. The seasonal lighting exemption is not specific to string lights or what have you. It is a temporary seasonal lighting.
Okay.
So if, we do have a time limit on that so that you can't have 4 months, you decide it's Christmas, but a blue light for a specific holiday.
Or pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month or something like that would be all acceptable.
Correct.
Okay. Is there an understood definition of temporary or seasonal in that regard?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure Breast Cancer Awareness Month wouldn't necessarily be a seasonal lighting decoration.
Okay.
It's more aligned with holidays and established periods of the year: Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, 4th of July. It is hard to define because everyone celebrates different customs.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we don't want to narrow it down to just Christmas or just Hanukkah or
absolutely
just
not.
Halloween,
I want to avoid any kind of viewpoint commentary or narrowing. I just wanting to understand how to properly understand, how to match the Kelvin color stuff with the temporariness and the, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sanauer, do you have
I
questions?
will trail on your comments and thoughts. Regarding seasonal, since it's sort of amorphous, and a community member believes it's seasonal to them, since you're not providing clarification as to what seasonal is, but you do have a limit. Is it 90? What's in here in the new regs that a seasonal lighting can be manifest in? So the days are
Commissioner Senator, through the chair, we do have a limit of 60 days that they can be.
6
6-0. Yes, that is the time limit that we kind of, those lights
seasonal.
are seasonal exempt lights. Beyond that, they would not count as seasonal exempt lights.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair, if I might add, while the MLUDC, the Montecito Code, does not include any current provision on seasonal lighting, that does exist elsewhere in the code and other community plan areas. So it's an existing requirement that seasonal lighting not be in place for longer than 60 days. So we're just carrying that forward. We are clarifying that it's 60 days per calendar year. Otherwise, it's an existing regulation that occurs elsewhere in the county that we're now applying countywide.
Okay, so the 60 days per calendar year, not per season.
Per calendar year.
Okay.
And one other point of clarification is just because a bulb may be blue or white or pink doesn't necessarily mean that affects where it is on the color temperature scale. So you could have a pink bulb that is still a warm light. It depends on the sort of the brightness and of the light as opposed to the color of the light.
Could you, I was understanding this to be like, okay, could you clarify for me what warmness means absent a definition of color?
So we've probably all done this. You go to Home Depot and you're trying to buy a replacement bulb. You're going to see different types of bulbs. You'll see some that fall in the category of daylight bulbs, some that are categorized as soft white, others that are categorized as bright light. Those are that all affects the Kelvin. So normally what you consider a soft white, that's a warmer light, as opposed to a daylight or bright light, that's a cooler light.
And how is that different from lumen? Because if you had asked me, just like a lumen would
lumen
be a
is the brightness. The lumen is the strength of the light, the brightness, but it doesn't necessarily. You can have a strong light that is still a soft white, as opposed to a bright light. Those are two different measurements.
So if there's an axis of brightness and an axis of color, but that Kelvin is neither of these things, what is the axis that is? I'm just wanting to make sure I'm understanding what I want to. I'm not a sciencey guy, but I'm wanting to make sure if we're approving this Kelvin thing, I understand what the Kelvin thing is.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as I mentioned, it's probably the easiest way in layman's terms to understand it is sort of the brightness or softness of the light. It's not a color, white, bright, yellow, pink, purple. It's the warmth or coolness of the light. What I can tell you is that you're going to buy your Christmas lights or your holiday lights, you'll see some that are more on the sort of softer hue and others that are really kind of sharp and glaring. Those would be more in the daylight, higher temperature scale. So it's...
I guess I'm still unpacking how is that different than lumens? Is that?
It's not a lumen.
It's not, okay.
Those are two different measurements. So the package, when you're buying a bulb, will tell you these different types of measurements. Lighting engineers, architects, landscapers, this is all people who are developing these lighting concepts with the project. these are all standard concepts that they're accustomed to. So
My next question is about going back to the seasonal holiday lighting. At the risk of outing my parents, they have Christmas lights that are up. They're not always the most responsible about taking them down at the end of the season. Some years they've just unplugged them and then plugged them back in. Is the 60-day clock a usage measurement or an installation measurement?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it would be usage. If they're unplugged and not emitting any light,
Okay.
then they're not being used.
Okay, so that's, thank you.
Okay. Chair? Any more questions?
Commissioners, Senauer, yeah, I'm sorry.
On the lighting, lumen, et cetera, Kelvin, where does the foot candle sort of equation, which is no fixture located within an environmentally sensitive habit, the lumens, but then light levels at property lines shall not exceed 0.1 foot candles except as. So that's another entry into a descriptor of lighting. And where would you put that?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, I want to give our consultant, Martha Miller, an opportunity to share any thoughts on these questions. So, is she available?
Hi, sorry. Yes, I'm available. My mouse stopped working. Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates. I just want to back up a little bit, maybe to the Kelvin question. So the higher the Kelvin, the more the light is, and maybe warm or cool or blue or yellow is not the helpful term, but more harsh. So the higher the Kelvin, the more kind of harsh the light is, and it's typically more used. You can imagine hospitals have a really high Kelvin light, whereas within your home where you want a softer light, those typically have lower Kelvins. So the light source itself is going to have a certain Kelvin. And then like holiday display lights, whether you want a blue light or a pink light, as Alex was saying, that's going to be the color of the actual bulb or the glass that the light emits through. So it's like a measure of harshness. And then, sorry, if you could just remind me of what the last question was for clarification of the environmental sensitive areas and lumens.
It was the foot candle equation or determination or data point of that.
Yeah, so there's light monitors that can measure the light levels, and foot candles are measured on the surface of the ground. So in an environmentally sensitive area, if you were to take a light meter and position that on the ground, it should read 0. From a light source.
Okay, so when it references property lines, it's 0.1. But
Right.
in ash, it is 0.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify one thing, a foot candle is just, again, it's another form of measurement. It's how much light a candle would generate in a square foot zone of, yeah. So that is read as foot candles. And again, a lighting engineer, or when we ask for like a lighting plan, it can tell you how many foot candles different types of lighting can generate on the ground in the area surrounding that light, and how far out you have to go before that light or that foot candle gets to 0.
So this would be a predicate for going before MBAR with a project or something like that, that the lighting engineer would have to accommodate. And
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, yes. However, we understand that not all projects rise to the level of wanting to hire or needing to hire a lighting engineer. So we have it called out that a photometric study or lighting plan of that type would generally not be required for like single-family type of dwellings, but for more than 4 units, that's when you would need to prepare a photometric study. But yes, this is all information that architects and landscape architects are typically prepared to provide as, on request as part of a lighting plan.
So with regard, say, to seasonal lighting, the 60-day ticking clock within a calendar year, if a homeowner was next, it's basically complaint-based. There's no enforcement. So that's a hard thing to, sort of measure. If I live next door to someone who had it up for 180 days, and, it's sort of there's no metric to capture that it's been over the 60 days so it's complicated and it's complaint-based, and this is the best we can really do is offering this this code now, this going forward, and then it's just up to whoever, right, to bring it to enforcement and say, I believe that, right?
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
This would be a complaint-driven issue with the seasonal lighting, and it has come up at times over the years in other communities where this regulation exists, and it has been challenging at times to determine, that 60-day measurement.
Okay.
But without, essentially, it's the best option without establishing a date range. And if you try to establish a date range, like say October to January, again, you're excluding potential customs or holiday or seasons that other people might celebrate.
On lighting, the lighting in the trees, or the little fairy lights, there is a reference to that's okay? Is that not a seasonal lighting? It's just, did I not see something where that's okay now? It doesn't have to be hooded.
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, I think maybe you're referring to string lights?
Yes.
Yeah, which have grown significantly in
Yes.
popularity over the years.
Yes.
Yes, so string lights do not have to be hooded, but they would still have to comply with the other provisions of the code. So where we talk about the foot candle limit at the property line, if you have excessive amount of string lights that would exceed that foot candle limit, that would not be permitted. They still have the timing of the day in terms of when they need to be turned on and off. And then they still have to be oriented and directed so that they're not spilling over onto adjacent residents. So while they don't have to be specifically hooded, there are other parameters in place that would help to regulate them in a way that would be compatible with their.
And what is the time on, time off allowable? Is it 9 to what? Or off at 9 or? 10.
Yeah, generally 9 p.m. to sunrise the following day. However, there is a provision for if you're present outside and enjoying those lights, you can have it up to, I believe it's 10 p.m. Monday or Sunday through Thursday, and 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
And that's existing and not part of
That's a new proposal.
That is new.
Yep.
Okay. I have a question too about recreational lighting and recreational court, sports court, and its lighting requirements is what? A sports court that has been so determined to be a sports court, and there's, flat work is not considered a sports court, but they use it as a sports court, but it didn't have the predicate of, cubic yards and elevation and all that. So if someone has flat work that they're using as a sports court because it's allowed use, how can that be adjusted at all to cover a sport? In other words, if there's a driveway next to me and it's flat work, or it's behind them and it is not a sports court defined as a project before the appropriate bodies, but they have lighting, but it's not a sports court. So I'm trying to figure out, since that does exist in this community quite a bit, how that factors into lighting restrictions and requirements. If it's used as a sports court, it is not defined as a sports court. It's defined as flat work. Is there,
Commissioner
where
Sinauer through
can
the
that fit?
Yeah, Commissioner Sinauer through the chair. So I think the classic examples, the easy ones would be you have a tennis court or you have like a basketball court. You can't do lighting of those, so they would only be for daytime use. If you have a driveway that is functioning as a driveway, like many people do, and they have a little basketball hoop on the side of their driveway, and that would not be a sports court, and that driveway could be lit just like any other driveway could be lit. But the lighting would have to comply with all the regulations of our lighting requirements. If there's a situation where someone is clearly lighting up a court for the purposes of using it, I could see us applying that restriction as opposed, you can differentiate between lighting for a driveway versus lighting of a sports court. You're normally seeing different kind of lighting in those situations.
Okay. So if there was lighting on flat work, you could apply the same regs to the parameters, okay, of a sports court that you have in here. If it's used as a...
If
yeah.
it's used as a sports court, if it's used for that function.
Right.
If it's a patio, or again, if
Right,
it's patio
exactly.
or a driveway, then it's patio or driveway.
Okay.
But
Okay, so it would apply, is my question. Yes? Okay. The same standards and regs would apply to flat work if it was lighted, but not a sports court.
if it was lighted and used in that
Correct.
capacity, yes.
Okay, so use determines, yes? What, okay, it's complicated, but it is throughout the community. So it's important distinction, and yet the application of these regs and code should be applied to that as well. So that's my point. I don't know if language needs to be changed or whatever, but I think that's an important asterisk. Thanks.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have questions about?
I do. Okay, just the quickest one is just when you talk about, I'm sorry. When you talk about uplighting, is that just anybody who has trees, like a big 150-year-old oak tree or something? The lighting they put on that?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, uplighting is, we reference landscaping because that's common, but it is any uplighting is prohibited, and we do have uplighting defined as lighting above the horizontal plane, so kind of any light that is pointed upward. It could be pointed at a tree, it could be pointed at a architectural feature of a house, or any number of reasons you might have uplights. Any of that would be prohibited.
Really? Just
Yes.
anywhere on your property, just somebody who wants to just highlight a tree or something?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, correct. It is generally pointing lights upward is not compliant with dark sky compliance and requirements.
Okay. There's several instances in the documents that we were given where things that previously had to be brought to the architectural board or different bodies within Montecito that are now been crossed off, and the decisions are just being made by the director. And in one instance, at least, it's saying on page 34 of C1, that her or his, whoever's there, decision is not subject to appeal. So I do have concerns about that much authority being given to one person that's not, it's a staff person, and we've been told there's no appeal to that person's decision. I just have a problem with that.
Commissioner Stahl, are you talking about signed certificates of conformance?
Yeah, but there's other places within our documents, and I mean, if other people have questions, I can point them out, but where things that used to go to the architectural board are crossed off, and now the decision's being made by the director. And I'm not sure why things are not any longer being run past the, the different bodies we have in place. And I can go through and make a list while the other.
Yeah, if you could point to where you're finding that.
Okay, I can do that.
We did clarify that a signed certificate of conformance is a determination by the director, which is the current decision maker, the director for a signed certificate of conformance. So that decision-making authority hasn't changed for a signed certificate of conformance. But we have clarified that those are final and not subject to appeal.
So, I mean, that
But,
person can
it
just
do-
make a decision, and the whoever it is who has a property has no course of action?
For a signed certificate of conformance, yes. But what we did not change is that signs that require design review, if they have to go through design review, then that Board of Architectural Review decision would still be reviewable, subject to appeal. So it's
Why is this one not subject to an appeal?
because it's just an administrative action for approval of a sign consistent with our standards. There's really no gray area, but if a sign requires associated design review, then that design review determination could be appealed. But otherwise, sign standards are fairly formulaic. Does it meet the size requirements? Does it meet the lighting requirements, et cetera? There's not really a lot of judgment in those determinations, so it is a decision that's appropriate at the staff level. And one thing we're trying to do is, through this and other actions, is to reduce the ability for certain projects to be appealed, because as we've seen, that has a tendency to get out of hand.
Get a little nitpicky? Okay. When you're talking about the signs, since we moved many years ago from the noticing of people in a much wider swath around a proposed project by mail, and we went to just having the county signs talking about, showing that there's a proposal for a specific property, the white signs with the red and black lettering on them. How do those signs get addressed in here? I couldn't find anything that addressed those, because there is a problem, I think, in Montecito, since that's the only way people, unless they're like, I don't know, 300 feet from a project being notified. Is there any kind of regulation in here about how those have to be displayed, and any kind of enforcement for people who, put them behind a hedge or don't follow the procedures for noticing?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, yes, for the noticing placard is what you're referring to, those white placards that get posted. Yeah. The requirements for when and where those are located and must be placed, those are in our noticing provisions of the code. They're not addressed in our sign regulations. They're not considered signs. So those are required and addressed in our noticing provisions, which we're not touching as part of this ordinance amendment before you today. I do want to clarify that we have not changed the mailing notice requirements, so that the noticing placards are supplement the mailed noticing that still goes out to, as you mentioned, typically residents and property owners within 300 feet of a project site. They still receive the mailed notice. The posted placard is in addition to that.
But on a large property, 300 feet is,
Sure, it might not capture a lot of adjacent residents, which is where the placard comes into play.
So that
But
is
that's not a
currently-
change.
That's under noticing?
That's under
Not
noticing.
under anything we're considering today?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm thrilled that you took out the pool size requirement for the cabana. There was one other thing that, if somebody else wants to go ahead, I have to go back and find my other important thing.
Commissioner Pritchard, do you have questions? Commissioner Sunauer, do you have further questions?
I just, regarding the pool cabana and the miscellaneous ordinance changes, there is no metric for the pool size. It could be a plunge pool, and you could still have a cabana. One is not related to the other.
Commissioner Sunauer, we do still have kind of definitions of what counts as a pool for a pool cabana. So some kind of requirements were kept, just not specific dimensions. I can, if you give me just a second, I can find those and read out to you what we are still
Yeah,
maintaining for that.
I'm sorry, I was looking myself. I know I saw it. My Post-it just fell off. I apologize.
Here we go. Excuse me. So we have the following shall be excluded from this definition. So these following things don't count as a pool: hot tubs, spas, including swim spas and similar facilities, ornamental ponds and water features, portable, inflatable, and wading pools. So none of those count as a pool for construction of a pool cabana.
Thank you.
I'm curious, does this ordinance apply solely to electrical lighting, or would it apply, I see in parts of Montecito, people will have these kind of natural gas lanterns or luminescence, bioluminescence?
Chair Miller, those are referenced in the ordinance. Those are exempted from most of the requirements. Fossil fuel lights, I believe we refer them.
Oh, got it,
So
okay.
those are referenced and exempted, and that's kind of the current standard across the other areas that have more lighting standards than Montecito, is that is an exempted light. So you can have the little burning torch light, and that doesn't, yeah, those are not counted as, those are exempt from the standards.
Fair. And then under the definition of seasonal lights, are strobe lights or laser lights, is the prohibition exempted for seasonal lights? So if I was so there are those who, this is not my personal preference, but who do quite the dramatic Halloween scenes in their front yards. And an element of spookiness would be a strobe function. Would that, is that exempt or not exempt?
Chair Miller, that would still fall under prohibited. So prohibition supersedes the exemption. So exemption means it doesn't have to meet the standards and doesn't require a permit. But if it's prohibited, it's not allowed. So the prohibition on laser lights and strobe lights would be the more important aspect of that.
Okay. So that, at least I've seen at Home Depot, there are these kind of laser lights that project against the side of the house that kind of look like Christmas lights, and they're kind of a cheap pack of not having to hang lights. Those would no longer be allowed under this.
I think as currently drafted, you're correct. I will refer back to Commissioner Sunauer's comment, which is the seasonal lighting, it's typically complaint driven. So are you going to complain about your neighbor doing that type of decoration? Hopefully not, but we would have to investigate if we did receive a complaint.
In general, I'm a big believer of your kind of standardness of reasonableness and goodwill. I will say, sitting on this side of the dais, it has been corrosive to my take on humanity on both accounts in that regard. But I track what you're saying.
So your commission could, if you wanted to be explicit, to allow or to not apply that prohibition to seasonal lighting decorations, you could make that recommendation
Okay,
if you wanted to.
Okay,
thank you.
great.
Commissioner Stahl.
On C1, page 27, 6A, it talks about accessory structures, and it crosses out, it says the height limit for accessory structures is 16 feet, and then you've crossed out what used to be unless located in the rear setback, in which case the height limit is 12 feet. And then on the flip side of that page, 4A1D, it says other accessory structures, and then it says a height of 12 feet. So I'm just, I'm a little confused. And also, if something's in the rear setback, it's possible, especially in Montecito, that your rear setback can be like a hillside or something like that, or it could be elevated, and you know, you could be blocking something if somebody else's, the higher it goes. So I'm just, do these contradict each other, or am I just not reading them correctly?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, they don't contradict each other. This was effectively, that height limit of 12 feet was mentioned in 2 places, so we took it out of one of them. So they're to be located in the rear setback, the structure has to be 12 feet or less in height.
Then why does it say
Overall,
16 feet where you
so
changed it?
overall, an accessory structure has a maximum height of 16 feet. So that's any accessory structure has a maximum height of 16 feet. The subsequent section is if you're trying to locate it in your rear setback, it has a maximum height of 12 feet. So if you're outside of all your setbacks, it can be 16 feet. And then when you come to us and say, well, I'd like this to be in my rear setback, we respond with, then it has to be 12 feet tall. So it was just a little bit redundant to have that requirement in 2 separate places. So we removed it from one and retained it in the requirements for a structure that is in the rear setback.
Okay, and then if I may go back to my question about uplighting for trees and landscaping. In addition to properties like the Miramar, the Biltmore, the Coral Casino, which have outdoor uplighting around their landscaping, there are people who have properties of all different sizes who spend a lot of money on landscape design, and they do include lighting in that. So is there no provision in here for if somebody does have some landscape lighting for like the architectural board or somebody to review it? Because if you're just saying none at all, that it's all completely illegal, that's going to impact a tremendous amount of people and their property.
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. So the current requirement in Montecito is that lighting be hooded and directed downward. So the inverse of that is uplighting. So the current requirement prohibits uplighting. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of properties out there who have done that regardless of what the current standard is, but essentially we're just making explicit what the current requirement is, which is, again, that lighting be hooded and directed downward and that uplighting be
I just feel like there
prohibited.
should be some middle ground. I mean, or
Your
some
commission
review.
has the discretion to provide for that if you'd like. I will say it's a slippery slope with uplighting. There's plenty of examples probably of tasteful uplighting, and then there's plenty of examples where it can be pretty impactful perhaps to adjacent properties. So
Yeah, I totally understand, and it's not like I'm a big proponent of lighting everything up. I just think on some non-residential properties that have lighting just for safety, people walking and everything else, some of it is uplighting, and there's people that have made big investments into their landscape lighting, and to say that it's all just completely illegal. Yeah, I mean, I'd kind of, I don't know, I don't want to hold things up on this, on just one issue, but I just feel like to just say that everything that you have that's uplit is completely illegal is going to, impact a tremendous amount of people. I mean, even if it's just one oak tree in the front of their property. And I'm not arguing that we should have, things lit up all over town, but
Well, can I say something? Sure.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stahl, are you done?
Yeah,
I want to
would
talk
like
to you about your
everybody else-
point. So, was one part of your complaint was the fact that if there is that situation and there is a complaint, and then they're told you're not fulfilling the regulations that we have established, only one person, like the director, says that's true and we're done? Or would you suggest that it should be reviewed if it's something that's landscape, or what are you asking?
I'm just saying that I think it'll come as a big surprise to a lot of people
Right.
in Montecito that all their outdoor lighting that is, lighting trees and.
Right.
and,
So is
you know,
this,
it's
is this a
really landscaping.
countywide ordinance, right?
Commissioners, through the chair, yeah, just perhaps, again, clarify a couple things. One is we do have a provision in the code amendment that says any existing lighting that's been lawfully installed can remain so long as it, and doesn't need to be removed. So if a project got approved a lighting plan that happened to include some uplighting, then they could continue with that uplighting.
But how would you ever verify that? I mean, it's.
Well, if they were approved and
Set of plans.
permitted, we have project plans on file that would show whether or not the lighting is consistent with what was approved. I can tell you from experience, a lot of people will get one thing approved and then go in and install something completely different. So I can't vouch that all the uplighting that exists in the county right now is legal.
But is this a new prohibition? I mean, is it new that you're just completely prohibiting uplighting?
Well, we're using different terminology. Let me explain it that way. The current requirement is that lighting be hooded and directed downwards. So the current language already precludes uplighting. It just does not say that in those same terms. So we did bring in more explicit language that uplighting is prohibited. But it says the same thing, just in a different way of saying that lighting needs to be hooded and directed downwards.
So are you saying that no longer would the county approve landscape plans that show lighting of outdoor trees? And even whether or not the MBAR would say that's okay, but the county has a law that says you can't do it?
Well, I guess I'm saying that is already the existing standard, so we shouldn't be
Well,
approving it.
it seems like that's not been
currently.
interpreted that way, because there's so many landscape plans that I've seen that have uplighting on large trees, whether it's front yard, backyard. But I guess unless someone complains, no one knows about it.
Well,
huh?
maybe we could add language that in Montecito, if it's visible to a neighbor, something like that. So, you could still have it, but, if the people around you are impacted by it, then,
I don't know.
I mean, it just seems, that's going to hit a lot of people, big and small, so.
So how long has this rule been in on the books?
The current lighting
Yeah.
language in Montecito is it's been there forever.
But plans get approved with landscape lighting. It's kind of a contradiction there, so to speak. I mean, it just hasn't been enforced by county approval processes for permits for home construction with landscape plans that have uplighting.
Yeah, what about the Biltmore and the Coral? I mean, just where you're walking,
Those, well,
Anyway, it's kind of strange that we have this rule, but I'm not going to rewrite it here.
Your commission, as I said before, you have the discretion if you want to change that rule or if you want to provide an exception, then
All
you're
right.
welcome to
So
introduce that.
let's let someone introduce maybe a potential provision if you want.
To be clear, process-wise, we are at questions for staff about their report. I think where we'd like to go is open it up for public comment and then potentially take a break for lunch to then come back and deliberate. Does that make sense as a plan? Mr. Villalobos, Mr. Wilson, does that work for staff?
Chair and Commissioners, that works for staff.
Okay. Is there more, are there more questions for the presenting staff at this time?
I just have one quick question for clarification on ESH and lighting. Does the ocean with the floodlights on one particular property, commercial, that they focus on the ocean from their patio, the Coral Casino, that would be part of, I would think, ESH, although perhaps not. Maybe it's a different descriptor, but I would think that would be impactful negatively to have floodlights on the ocean, although it's lovely from a patio. But I think there should be some concern about that and some language that basically prohibits it. And where would that fit in, and where could we insert that?
Commissioner Stenauer through the chair. So I'm not sure the ocean would be treated as ESH, although very well could be, but it's not currently designated or mapped as ESH. It's also somewhat out of our jurisdiction. But we do have a requirement in the draft language that says lighting shall be directed and oriented to avoid spillover. And so I would imagine that if they are directing flood lighting away from their property out to the ocean, that would be in conflict with that provision.
Okay, so there wouldn't be specific language of directing lighting to immediate ocean surf line area?
We don't have
Okay.
that exact specific language,
Okay.
and I would be a little reluctant to get too specific, because then if we're specific in one area and not specific elsewhere, then someone might say, well, why are you specific that you can't do flood lighting in the ocean? Does that mean I can do flood lighting on a creek? Or does that mean if you're too specific in one area, and that generally leads itself to suggesting that if you're silent in another area, that it would then be allowed.
Language could be arranged where it could be, water-related natural resources have to be protected, and direct lighting, floodlights are not. We have a lot of creeks, we have the ocean. I think it could be worked language. I understand what you're saying. How do we draw the line, all this, but I think sort of water-related resources might be a category we could insert. So, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go with your other question.
I promise it'll be quick. Where did it go? Sorry. I've lost it again. Oh, here it is. On C1, page 7, and it talks about the access to natural light, ventilation, and direct sunlight, and separation of incompatible land uses and space for landscaping. Is that for all? How does that fit in with the AUD or ADU requirements with the state? Or doesn't it? Is that one of the things that we're not allowed to consider when somebody wants to build an ADU?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair. So, yeah, this is just general language about setbacks that's existing in the code. As far as ADUs, they're subject to very prescriptive setback requirements and limits on what we can and cannot require for an ADU. And so ADU has its own section in the code that regulates placement, location on a lot, setbacks, height, size, et
But
cetera.
if it conflicts with what's in here, then does that take precedence?
Yes.
It does.
I want to make sure
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'd like to open this up to public comment. I have two speakers, well, I have one speaker slip, but I did a little bit of a pitching brushback to Mr. Gerson on earlier. So if you'd like to submit a second public speaking slip on this topic, I'm happy to entertain it. Mr. Villalobos, are there public speakers online who have an interest in addressing this topic?
No speakers online.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to call up Mr. Watson to speak for 3 minutes.
As you may know, I'm John Watson. As you may know, I'm a member of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. I review lighting every project. And I am speaking as an individual today. Number one, applicability. I really want to make sure that the term lawful, people think that through, since there's so much lighting that's done. Should that only lawfully be exempted, or to those two? Exemption, seasonal lighting, this is a slippery slope. I can see myself coming up with a season from January to February, and then another season March and April. Somehow I think this needs to be tightened up. 4G, light fixtures with a maximum, it says 60 lumens. I looked up the fixtures that we approve on the board. I think it should be dropped to 30. There's not very much light there, but if they're going to be completely exempt, I think that it ought to be 30. Prohibited lighting, uplighting needs, if you go and you look at the comprehensive plan, Montecito Community Plan, and if you drive around town now, this is a dark community. If you open up uplighting legally, it's going to become Bel Air, Brentwood, etc. So before you legalize it, I would ask you to very seriously consider whether or not you want to completely change the community. I don't, and I would therefore strongly support the uplighting. My only comment is there's some very nice diagrams on PDF page 37. If you could add one or two specifically about uplighting and what that means, I think that would help. General requirements, decorative string lights are not required to be shielded. That's on Middle Road, just up above Coast Village Road. And as a note, Costco is selling 24 light strings that are 1 watt apiece, 75 lumens per watt. You get 1,800 watts of unshielded light all throughout the community if this decorative lighting is not shielded or somehow taken care of. Glare prevention, this is just to extend the all lights shall be directed downward. Safety and security, what it says here is it may be on a timer. I think that it shall be on a timer. And so that if someone walks by, it clicks on. I think that that's far more important than having things lit all night long. And PDF page 26, I think that this was not picked up well, and I would suggest that you strike out major portions and just say exterior lighting shall comply with that section, period. On variable setbacks, Don Sharp, bless his heart, he's no longer with us, and I see no reason in Montecito why we should have variable setbacks. I think everybody should be in the setback unless there's a specific provision that says that particular type of structure can be within the setback. So, and the last comment, there's two kinds of laws. There's prescriptive laws and I can't remember the other one, but this is kind of blended, and what I'd like to suggest is that there's a hierarchy of description about what the intent here. At the beginning, in the very first, Alex, in the very beginning of this, you have a nice preamble, and I think it should say the intent of this code is to have this, and then let everything else be supplemental up to that intent of keeping the community dark. At the end of the day, who cares what size light bulb it is if you can't see it on someone else's property, okay? And we're trying to do both here. So hedges go a long way. David, if you can go back up.
Mr. Moore,
I'm
Mr.
over
Watson,
my
we
time.
are over time at this point, so
So thank you very much. Good luck with your deliberations. I'm sorry if I overtook your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Mr. Gerson.
Are we on? Yes, we are on. Actually, I was going to comment on the next item, which will be after lunch, but I just wanted to compliment you guys for looking at this problem thoroughly, because the lighting issue is a big one in Santa Barbara and in Montecito. I think the county courthouse has uplights on it, so you can see it better during the nighttime. But throughout Montecito, I know a lot of people have lights for their trees and landscaping, so it's a very valid question. Thanks for your deliberation.
Thank you. I apologize for misunderstanding your comment, your speaking some. Okay, with that, I think we have concluded public comment, Mr. Villalobos, unless you know otherwise. And with that, may I suggest that we take an hour lunch? Okay. Without objection? Staff, I mean, is that okay? Is it all right if we bring you back after? 1:15?
Chair, fine with me.
Thank you very much. When we stopped before lunch, we had finished with public comment, and we're then moving on to deliberation. However, over lunch, and well, you know what? Maybe we take this up at the end of the day. You know what? I'm worried about time such that I'm not going to. I am breaking protocol here. Because we have 3 meetings coming up in rapid succession, and we are going to have different chairs of these meetings, in that I will be, my hope and expectation is to be chairing the meetings where matters that are not related to the Miramar are occurring, but that as a recusal, I will not be chairing matters or meetings that involve the Miramar. And so I wanted to confirm that, because we won't be meeting between now and then, depending on how this all plays out, that that Commissioner Senauer would be looking to be chairing those meetings as the first vice chair, and that. But Bob is the second vice chair. Okay, and that.
If I'm not.
And so that if there are meetings, and so the question was for County Council to clarify, is it possible to chair a meeting in which one is attending remotely but not within the district? So they wouldn't be counting for quorum, but could they, that the scenario is not necessarily coming up right away, but rather than get tied around the axle on this topic in the future, we wanted clarification on that topic.
So I don't have any, I can't point to it unless, do you have it? So I don't have a chapter and verse for that question. Looking to when this occurs, like at the board of supervisors hearing, the practice has been that if the chair is remote, then a sitting member of the board that's in person would actually sit as the chair. So the person that's remote would not be chairing it. It'd be rather difficult to chair the meeting remotely. So that would be the practice that we've seen at the board. Yes, we did, Madam First Vice Chair. We did do that during COVID under those extenuating circumstances. However, now that we're back in person, the recommendation would be that the person chairing would be in person.
So the clarification here is that Commissioner Senauer is first vice chair and Commissioner Kubiak would be second vice chair, and that's how meetings would be chaired for the Miramar topic.
So the recommendation is whoever's in the room would be the chair. So if it's either Commissioner Senauer or Commissioner Kubiak, then if we're just, right, if Commissioner Senauer is remote, then it would default to Commissioner Kubiak to chair the meeting.
Okay, excellent. And so as it comes to planning agendas, we'll be working with 2 different chairs for those different meetings as items sort themselves out. Okay, as long as we're all clear on that, we'll continue on with those things that chase away the darkness. So should we enter deliberation stage for these topics? And with that, I would look to you, Commissioner Stahl, to offer up kind of your thoughts around.
Chair, if I may interrupt you for a
certainly.
minute. I just want to go back to a question you had asked initially in regards to the sign and lighting ordinance. And you had some questions regarding the United States flag. And I just wanted to clarify that there are provisions that are called the Flag Code, which are incorporated into Title IV of the United States Code. And there's a specific provision that says it's the universal custom to display the flag only from sunrise to sunset on buildings and on stationary flag staffs in the open. However, when a patriotic effect is desired, the flag may be displayed 24 hours a day if properly illuminated during the hours of darkness. So there is a recommendation in the code that if a flag is to be displayed for 24 hours that it is properly illuminated. There are no specific guidelines or requirements on that illumination, so that means that your commission has discretion in terms of how or if you would like to regulate that illumination.
Thank you for that clarification in a relatively obscure area of law. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could also
Yes.
interject a couple things. During the lunch break, we did go back and look at some of the proposed language and just wanted, and existing regulations, and just wanted to clarify a couple things. One is the question about seasonal lighting decorations.
Yes.
And how those that involve maybe laser or strobe effects, like during Halloween or Christmas or what have you, whether those would be permitted. And our initial answer was no, because those types of lighting are prohibited, but it actually works the opposite. So seasonal lighting decorations are exempt from the provisions of the code, so they would not be even subject to the list of prohibitions. So essentially, short answer is you could have a seasonal lighting decoration that includes strobe or laser effects.
Excellent.
So that is one point of clarification. Another is in regards to recreational courts or sports courts. There was some discussion about whether a driveway used that is conjunctively used, perhaps with a basketball hoop or some other function, whether that would be treated as a sports court. I looked back at the definition of sports court in the code, an existing definition, and it does specifically exempt patios and areas used for driveways or parking of vehicles from the definition of a sports court. So if their purpose is a patio or a driveway, even if there happens to be a basketball hoop on it that is used, it would not be considered a sports court, nor would it be regulated as such. So the list of examples do include structure which consists of hardscape or other surface having a minimum size of 20 feet by 50 feet that is utilized in connection with the flag game court structure devoted to recreational purposes, basketball, handball, tennis, volleyball, etc.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so is there more anything else that requires further clarification or?
I think only if you have questions, and we're happy to respond to any of those.
Maybe we should be, for this purposes of this, anything that requires further illumination as to whether or not topic was. Okay, so Commissioner Stahl, do you have, we're headed now to our reflection and discussion stage.
I would love to consider something about the uplighting and,
Amendment?
yeah, just something that clarifies maybe that if it's not visible to neighbors, something like that it's allowed, or that a landscape plan could be reviewed by the architectural board. I think to just completely prohibit it, because then you're also telling the hotels and other, sort of public places that they're not allowed to do that either. As far as I know, it sounds like it applies to everybody.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just reiterate, so the current regulation of the code, which has been in existence since the code was adopted, says lighting shall be hooded and directed downward. So notwithstanding the fact that there may be uplighting that exists out in the world,
All over.
in Montecito, it's not permitted by the code. So if it does exist, it was either put in without approval or it was missed through the approval process. So there is no legal uplighting that exists currently. So merely saying that uplighting is prohibited is not a new requirement. It's just clarifying an existing requirement. If we remove reference to uplighting throughout the code, there's other requirements about lighting shall be fully shielded or fully hooded, full cutoff. So we could take out the specific prohibition on uplighting, but you're still you're still subject to the hooded and directed downward requirements, and so
Except not
and
with
that
string lights.
string lights are an exception, but again, with string lights, you're subject to the other requirements of the code in terms of the foot candle limits, the fact that it can't be oriented and directed away from the property. So that image that was shared by John Watson, I don't think that would comply with the code because it's clearly oriented and directed to spill over from the property line and it likely exceed the foot candle requirements. So it's a slippery slope. If that if you remove that requirement, you're kind of turning on its head the whole function of the lighting regulations that have existed for years, which is that lighting should be hooded and directed downward and avoid spillover. And just one thing to remember is there's two reasons for lighting regulations. One is maybe to not piss off your neighbors, but the other is just overall night sky pollution.
Right.
So whether or not someone could see it from a neighboring property, that might address the first purpose of the lighting regulations, but not the second.
I mean,
So just things to consider.
Commissioner Palice, do you have discussion level comments?
Yeah, I mean, I would venture to say what I know of Montecito the last 30 years, that we may have as high as 35 to 50% up lighting on landscape throughout the community, and those plans have all been approved through MBAR in the past. And I guess they just ignored this sign ordinance, or light ordinance, sign light ordinance. So I don't quite understand if it hasn't been enforced at all. Has there been any enforcement that you know of that the county has come out, somebody complained, lights got taken out on a tree that had uplighting? Do we know of any?
Commissioner Palice, through the chair, over my years working in development review on the permitting side, I sat in and was staff liaison for both the MBAR, SBAR, and other BARs for a decade, and can confidently say that if uplighting was approved, it was either rare or it was done in error. That was always an issue that was addressed because of the existing regulations, and plenty of times did I observe the Montecito BAR tell applicants or landscape architects that they needed to revise their lighting plan because it was included uplighting components. So that might be your anecdotal experience, but that's not been my experience in terms of projects that go through the proper approval process.
So it sounds like there's been a lot of,
What they do after
yes,
after the approval process, once
right,
the inspectors walk away.
okay. All
That's
right,
where it-
well, I don't know whether we continue the status quo and people keep breaking the law and see if they get caught. I don't know what else you do, because this ordinance is here to stay, I would think, you know.
I tend to agree. Do you have further discussion topics or things you'd like to bring up?
I thought initially that we might carve out some exception for Montecito, but I don't know whether it's, I'll wait to see if somebody else wants to, so I'll stop here.
Commissioner Senauer, do you have kind of discussion level things you'd like to?
So for language on seasonal lighting, if we inserted language regarding seasonal lighting and parameters for a descriptive of what it is, the seasonal part is kind of open for interpretation, but the 60 days per year is different. So your seasonal, whatever that has to, you don't define that, correct? Purposely so.
Correct.
Okay. So it's interpretive as to who has it up, right? If they determine it's 60 and they have a calendar and we'll put it on multiple times a year, but not more than, say, 3 days, whatever. So that can't be an enforcement issue, nothing, and you will not define what seasonal means. There's no way to do it, is that, but you use the term. I guess I'm trying to see how we could somehow offer a descriptive of what we mean by seasonal, or what is meant, because it's referenced, right? There's not a glossary that says, yada, and then you get to seasonal and it says the definition.
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, that's correct. I mean, that was purposeful. We didn't want to be prescriptive in what seasons people can choose to celebrate and install lights. If someone wanted to put something up in May to celebrate the the May season, I suppose, then they can do that. That's where we fall back to the 60 days per calendar year.
Commissioner Police.
You know, thinking back, I can think of a lot of places that are restaurants, like San Isidro Inn. When you drive in, I know where I'm driving because there's a light on that olive tree, and a lot of them. So are we eliminating signs that appropriately tell you what driveway to take? If it's like in a retirement home, or it seems like there's a lot of lighting that's up, that's in the entrance of a lot of homes. Is that categorized differently at all?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, you can illuminate signs directed downwards.
Wow.
And again, all I can say is what the regulation has been over the years. How that's been applied on a particular project, I can't say exactly, but the regulation has been hooded, directed downward. So any uplighting that exists is either done after the fact or it was missed. But your commission has the discretion, if you want to change that or carve out some exceptions, you can. You'd have to be thoughtful as to how you create that in a way that is still consistent with the purpose and intent of maintaining the dark sky.
So the precondition, or the fact that someone already has these lights up, how far back do you go to say, well, how do you prove that that's otherwise, like how long have we had this code? I mean, longer than the Biltmore or the San Isidro Inn's had that new driveway that goes to their property. So anyway, it just seems like there's a lot of existing lighting, and those are exempt because you're not enforcing them till now. Is that what you're saying?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, all of our enforcement on lighting that exists out there today, if it's gone through the permit process and was installed, and then perhaps they changed it or added to it over time, over decades, which is, you could imagine that would happen. It's complaint driven.
Yeah,
So
okay.
if someone has put in an uplight and someone else does not like that uplight and they complain to us, then we would go investigate and ask for corrective action.
Okay.
So just because it's out there doesn't mean we're going to go out there doing door-to-door inspections to correct everyone's lighting. We will, as with all of our code, through the inspection and approval process, we ensure compliance, but then after that, it's all complaint-driven.
Commissioner Stahl.
On part of your presentation here on signage, it says the following signs are discouraged. Would we be able to say something like that about uplighting? I mean, and maybe could we somehow refine it to say that uplighting of a single tree up to, 5 trees or something like that? I mean, could we be that specific?
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, the reference you cited, is that in the guidelines, perhaps?
It's in your other categories, V. I don't know if it gives me a page. It doesn't give me
Yeah,
a page.
that's in the architectural guidelines for Montecito, which are guidelines, so
Right.
there's no shalls. It's encourage, discourage.
But could we put
Using
some sort of
language like
that?
discourage in the code is basically, doesn't have any,
Too wishy-washy?
yeah, it's too wishy-washy because part of the purpose of coming up with these very clear requirements is it makes it easy to ensure compliance. If you have in language shoulds or may, shoulds or encourage, discourage, that makes it hard to comply with.
So could we say something like uplighting of specimen trees is exempt from this prohibition, something like that?
You could.
I mean, because that's basically what I see the uplighting is used for. I don't know if anybody else has that.
It all depends on, what your comfort level and tolerance is. And
So I could make a proposal to have like uplighting of specimen trees not visible to neighboring properties is exempt, something like that?
I would suggest that we would still want to have it subject to the other provisions of the code in terms of
Well, could you tell us how to word something like that?
the foot candle limit on property lines, and that it not be oriented or directed towards.
Well, if it's going
Yep,
up, then that
property.
already defines the orientation, right?
But we will.
I think he means
follow-
potentially not oriented off property. Like,
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
uplighting a tree is not going in any direction, it's just going up.
Yeah, but it has ambient sort of overflow sometimes, depending on.
I mean, that's the only place that I see uplighting in people's landscaping that is really sort of widespread.
how would inserting a variance process to this work? Because in general, I understand the goals of this, and I'm not trying to make this too difficult, but I am in agreement with the other commissioners that if this generates a rash of complaints and enforcement, this could turn, while it has never been a big issue, could be a real problem. And so for a given hospitality property we won't keep focusing on names, where these things exist, is there a process that they would be able to can we stick in a variance process to get to compliance without eliminating the whole thing? I don't want to make this easy, but I don't want to make it impossible, because I feel like if it's impossible, we'll have to address it in a different way.
Well, also, I think consideration of what a specimen tree is. Okay, as long as it's defined by an arborist or by the county, probably has a descriptor of what a specimen tree is, but that also could be what I think of a specimen tree could be different than.
It's not a 5-gallon citrus tree just stuck in the ground. Let me ask him one more question. Pardon me a second, but could you tell me, when you were working with the MBAR and these issues came up, was there much discussion regarding a compromise with lighting if somebody had lighting that was not totally conforming, but could be partially brought back? I mean, was there ever any gray area or gray light or anything that would allow some other interpretation besides the law? Because there just seems like if there's complaints and people want lighting removed, it could be a disadvantage to a lot of other people besides the one person complaining. I just don't know how this is going to, I mean, well, like you said, is there anything in the MBAR time spent, you were there, where there was any middle ground to this lighting ordinance?
Commissioner Palice, through the chair, without speaking for the MBAR, at the beginning of the presentation, Mr. Singer highlighted the current language of the MLUDC, which is about one sentence long. So there was room and some room for interpretation there. Other community plan areas have been, over the years, developed with greater specificity, and that was the model that we chose to work with for the county as a whole, so that we have a consistent set of standards that are easy to apply, to enforce, to monitor, and to try to remove as much gray area and discretion as possible, because that's where we tend to come into have challenges.
So do we ditch that one sentence, or is it still hanging around?
It would be replaced by this code
see.
provision. So
Can I just ask for a second what that one sentence was? Please.
So as you can see there, A, all exterior lighting shall be hooded and no unobstructed beam of exterior light shall be directed toward any area zoned or developed residential. So that's been the primary guiding light, so to speak, as far as how lighting is regulated.
So this doesn't speak at all to commercial or hospitality or other zoned areas in Montecito. So this is
The whole community.
No, but this speaks solely to residential, whereas the new language. C and A.
All exterior lighting shall be hooded, and no unobstructed beam of exterior light shall be directed toward any area zoned or developed residential. But the first part of that sentence, all exterior lighting shall be hooded, that's irregardless of
That's part of the same sentence.
what it's zoned or developed.
So I like this one better than the new one.
So has this ever been, are there separate, excuse me, that was rude of me. Commissioner Stahl, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm just curious, if people have exterior landscape lighting, is that required to be approved by somebody, the architectural board, or, I mean, is there a requirement that people bring a exterior lighting plan to the MBAR?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, what I would say is when projects are getting a permit and going through the design review process, like say you're doing a new house or addition to your existing house, a lighting plan is a typical requirement as part of that proposal.
But what about
If
somebody
someone
who
is
decides
just
to do
going
lighting?
and changing their lighting, they would not normally, that would in and of itself not trigger a permit. It doesn't mean it doesn't need to comply with the code, but they wouldn't be going through like a permit requirement, or that in and of itself wouldn't trigger design review, but it doesn't mean you're not subject to the same requirements. Just means we wouldn't see it.
How would anybody even know? I mean, you'd have to read through, like.
Is it possible that there has been an interpretation that commercial or hospitality properties were not included in Section A previously? I feel like there is a reading of that could be read that way, that all exterior lighting needs to be hooded and no unobstructed exterior beam shall be directed toward any zoned or developed residential.
So much of our lighting is done, like Ron was saying, I mean, so much of it is done for safety, just knowing where you're walking. And, yeah, and just for, specific things, not just, like you would light like a commercial.
Well, but,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we do have our consultant on board, on Zoom. I'd like to give her a chance to weigh in and share any thoughts, or maybe ask a couple questions of you all to see where you want to go with this.
Thank you, Martha Miller again. I guess a clarifying question, whether the concern is with kind of allowing existing uplighting to continue, or if it's allowing new uplighting to occur moving forward. I think what I'm hearing is primarily like allowing the existing uplighting to continue. Am I hearing that correctly?
I have yes, I guess from my point of view, I appreciate the position that we're not changing this, and so that none of this lighting that we are familiar with is permitted or legal. My concern is that if in revising these things, if we kick off a round of enforcement throughout the community, that we will potentially be inundated with with a need to start reviewing any number of unpermitted lighting plans for which there is no remedy or compromise, and that would generate a lot of administrative work around this, and that there are prominent examples that we can all think of that are clearly not in compliance with the historic ordinance. And I think that's what we are struggling with. The idea is that we're setting a speed limit, but everybody speeds.
So what I would offer for that is one thing you could do is in the existing lighting section under applicability, you could exempt existing uplighting that was installed pursuant to a plan approved by the county. You don't want to approve, kind of the rogue fixtures that people just kind of put up when they weren't supposed to. But if uplighting was approved through a permit from the county, existing uplighting, you could exempt that for existing lighting. And then that's one way you can ensure people who did, go through the proper channels and put that uplighting in could retain that uplighting.
As a commission, we may be drawing public concern that staff does not share. Ultimately, the burden of like an ocean of non-conforming lights and reporting and all of that is going to fall on staff and on MBAR before, we'll hear about it, but we won't necessarily see as much of that. Are these concerns valid in the mind? Like I look in terms of not creating a big kind of administrative problem on all this?
Another example is like the little, some of them are solar that you just put along a pathway. Like in effect, those are uplit. How would you know what I'm talking about? The little ones that you just put in the ground?
If those are under 60 lumens, those would be exempt.
Okay.
So if they're low-level lights, right.
But let me ask you this question. If there's a pre-existing hotel that we know of that has, in Montecito, that has up lighting, and some were built recently and some were built 20, 30 years ago, and some of them are going to have expansions of their pre-existing buildings and their pre-existing lighting system. So are they now going to be not able to get a permit like they have their other lights pre-existing? So
So as drafted, any new lighting would need to comply. So they would have to there's many different options for accent lighting design that they could choose from and incorporate in. So they could still have accent lighting. It just can't be uplit so that it's lighting the night sky, which is important for stargazing, controlling light pollution, habitat. So you're right, new lighting would need to comply, and that new lighting would need to be directed, meet the shielding requirements and not be uplit.
So is there a particular coded version of what uplighting can and cannot be to be considered uplighting. Because there's certain hooded ones that are directed up, but they're hooded on a percentage of the light coming up. So
Right, so there is a definition of uplighting
okay.
in your packet.
I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll say no more.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could ask, so under general requirements for the lighting, we have the following language under shielding, which is all outdoor light fixtures shall be fully shielded or full cutoff with, and then it lists out a few exceptions like the decorative string lights, lighted building entrances under eaves or overhangs, partially shielded lights if they meet some other criteria. So do you have a particular issue with that language, or is your specific issue the fact that we call out explicitly that uplighting shall be prohibited?
Maybe it's around that language. I'm curious, is it possible to draft it in such a way that the tree itself is the shielding? So my hand is a tree, or the little kind of the round green part that we draw when we draw trees. The light's coming up. The canopy. Thank you. Is there a drafting of this in which, as long as the canopy of the tree is fully shielding the uplighting, that we are in compliance?
Where's our special?
I think if you were to draft that, then you are looking at allowing uplighting. So if moving forward, you're not allowing uplighting. So let's separate the two. New lighting moving forward and existing uplighting that may occur. And let's forget about the existing, just thinking about the new. You don't need to put that limit in unless you want to, moving forward, allow uplighting. And if you want to do that, I think there's a lot of things to think about with that. And other limits that you might think of doing that.
What do you mean by that?
That opens up other things to think about. Is it only specimen trees? How much light could come through the tree? Is it only evergreen trees? You know, what happens in different seasons? What happens if there's tree trimming? You know, there's all these kinds of things that it snowballs a bit.
But could you restrict it by the certain level or size of the light hitting the tree? I mean, is there limitations?
Yes. So as currently drafted, 60 lumens.
Okay.
Which is a low level light, but enough to provide accent.
So what do you want to do?
And again, these lights, uplighting is not for safety or wayfinding. It's purely accent and design. Any kind of lighting of walkways, of entrances is accomplished and can be and is accomplished through downlit light.
So Chair and Commissioners, just maybe to provide an option. So your role is to make a recommendation to the board. So you could move staff's recommendation and just ask staff to recommend to the board to consider exempting specimen trees from uplighting. Then you've done your job and you've recommended to the board if you are okay, if that's what the commission decides with the ordinance. But this seems like a particular point that you would like to just recommend to the board that after your review, you recommend the board consider this.
But the board only receives inland. Article 2, okay, goes to CPC first and then to the board. So
Chair and Commissioner Steenhour, it's the same recommendation. So you would just say,
correct,
yeah,
but
you
it goes,
just say,
there's one path that adds one step.
yeah, and the staff could report to the board and their staff report what the Planning Commission's recommendation is.
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, you could also structure it, because in the coastal zone, we have a coastal zoning ordinance that applies throughout the entire coastal zone, but then you have the different overlays that are specific to the individual community plan areas. So there's a Montecito community plan overlay within the coastal zone that has specific requirements for Montecito only. So if you wanted to allow uplighting or certain types of uplighting for Montecito specifically, you could structure your recommendation in that manner where it wouldn't be the entire coastal zone, it would be specific to Montecito.
Well, I think by the intervention of Mr. Wilson, he is politely suggesting that perhaps we should move towards drafting a motion and wrap up our discussion stage. So I would, for myself, there are two things that what I'd like to do is go through with everyone to kind of talk about what we'd like to see in a motion before we start proposing motions and amending them. Oh, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
And to add to
Commissioner
that
Sinauer.
list, Alex, regarding natural water courses, lighting, if they're not in ESH, whatever that category is there, can we address that somehow in additional language that would be not an allowed usage of lighting, floodlights, whatever, into, it could be a creek. Creeks are pretty to watch, and the ocean, and
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair. So we already have a standard that says, under glare prevention, it says, all lights shall be directed and oriented to prevent light spillover and glare onto adjacent properties. No unobstructed beam of exterior light shall land off-site. So I believe that would take care of the situation you're thinking of.
You've got a creek in your backyard.
If it's a creek in your backyard, that's covered by the fact that we have a standard requiring no lighting within ESH, because all creeks within.
generally riparian
Yeah.
and ESH. Okay, I just am concerned about the ocean, and a floodlight directed.
I think that would be in conflict with this glare prevention requirement.
That's existing and unchanged.
Well, it's basically taking some existing language and broadening it to not just focused on areas zoned residential.
Right.
No unobstructed beam of exterior light shall land off-site. So it's a broader requirement than what currently exists.
So you're saying what you just read captures my
I believe so.
concern. I think, okay, and I don't want to struggle with this, but it seems to me off-site and ocean and water with the fauna and flora involved with that is different than just off-site. So I don't know if we can insert something that also protects that. And I'll leave it at there, and the commissioners may not sort of feel as robustly as I do about that, but we can continue, okay? We'll see.
Commissioner Stahl, what would you like to see in a potential motion, just as concepts or ideas?
Just something that has a little bit of leeway for, the county goes to such lengths to protect trees, and since that would be going straight up, I just feel like if somebody wants to highlight a tree on their property and it's not visible anywhere else, other than, right on their property.
Well, that's not what we're trying to stop.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
No,
but
she
it
gets to have
doesn't,
hers,
you do have the tree canopy, and I just don't think it'll be like searchlights, like opening night at the Libero. I don't think it's gonna look like that. I think there should be a way that we can word it, or even if we said any uplighting must be approved by MBAR, just something simple.
Commissioner Senauer, I think you've addressed your concerns about waterway stuff, but are there other things you would like to potentially see in a resolution here? Or amendments to the approval?
My only concern, as I've spoken to, is string lights and them being exempted because there are rows and rows on one block of canopies loaded with string lights that, the white ones that really diminish the dark sky. I mean, and if they're exempt, so I'm sure sort of adding in cumulative effect, we can't do that because how many, so I just see that exemption. I would prefer not to see that exempted, string lights. And they don't have to be hooded, and they used to be hooded, and
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, so the draft is currently that string lights are only exempted from the hooded and directed downward. They do still have to meet, again, all of the other light, light intensity and lumen and foot candle, all of those restrictions still do apply to string lights. The only thing that they don't have to meet is the hooded. So you would prefer to see that they be required to be hooded.
in a canopy it's difficult, but across the patio it is not. So perhaps in the canopy string lights, it's not required, but patios, et cetera, as it used to be, they used to be required to be hooded. And so I would rather that not be changed.
Commissioner Palice, what would you like to see in a potential approval?
Well, I just want to make sure that the pre-existing lights that are out there not be affected by this modification. It seems like it would be, and I find that unfortunate if we already have all these lights up to which ones have to come down. So I would just like to, is your belief that any pre-existing lights that have to be permitted for them to be not subject to the jurisdiction of the county to say that's an up light, you got to get rid of it? Is that how that works?
Commissioner Palice, through the chair, the current language is any existing lights that were installed lawfully. So that would mean either approved as part of a planning permit.
Okay.
Or.
So that's still, we have that in there.
So you have that in there. I think.
Okay.
I think what you're thinking of perhaps is going beyond that and just saying all existing lights, whether installed lawfully or not, would not be subject to these new requirements.
Well, my other concern is like if there's pre-existing permitted lights in areas like the interior of the Miramar Hotel, and they want to add more because they're adding more property, why couldn't they be allowed to do that?
Well, if they're putting in new lights, they would be subject to the new requirements.
Okay, well.
If they have existing lights and they were permitted as part of their hotel project, then those can remain.
And if they're permitted again, they can remain. In fact, you could say no, but if they get permitted by some stroke of luck, they're permitted.
Well, if they were previously permitted, they would not need to be permitted again.
But I'm just saying, if there's more lighting coming down the pike in these developments.
Then it would have to comply with whatever standards are in place.
Okay, all right.
So the things that I would like to see as additions to approval, one would be a clarification that there would be an exemption for lights being used for the flag, the U.S. flag code, to illuminate, upward illumination of a flag in a narrow, is allowable with, I'm happy to have like a lumen restriction on it and a narrowness of beam so that we're not, using anti-aircraft strobe lights to illuminate the flag, but that some version of clarifying that we are allowing for the upward illumination. Even if it's residential, that if someone wants to fly a flag 24 hours a day, I for one am there for that. We don't. I mean, this can be subject to a vote. These are my preferences on this, and that I would want to clarify that the seasonal lighting that the 60 days refers to usage and not installation explicitly. And so I would, going back to my parents who are not always as disciplined as they could be about taking down the Christmas lights.
Okay. And a year, not per segment.
Well, yeah, 60 days or whatever their standard, whatever clock is being used, and if the clock gets amended, that's fine. I'm not hung up on the 60 days, but that the clock refers to usage of seasonal lights and not installation of. I don't want neighbors getting in fights of like, you have not taken down your Christmas lights even though you're not using them. Yes, unplugging, and so and then I am open to what other people have as flexibility around lighting specimen trees, and whether that is a situation where the lighting is very specifically designed such that the canopy of the tree is serving as the hood. I understand that if the tree goes dormant, you wouldn't be able to turn the light on or something like that, that there are very real concerns around that. Or just a definition of a specimen tree in combination with limitations on lumens and whatnot, but that the lighting of trees is a Montecito phenomenon, and I would like at least some level of flexibility around that. So those would be my three things that I would like to see in a motion for approval of these. And so, does anyone else have additional comments about this? Otherwise, I will look for a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay. If I can
Please
interrupt.
go ahead.
Would it be okay, a recommendation is that, I think Alex was taking notes. So if Alex could just list all the different exemptions that or changes that we're talking about, so then you could get a read from the commission on if they're all in or if they want to take some out, so there's a discussion on those different things.
Okay. Is it helpful to have that in the context of a motion to begin with, though, or?
I think before we do the motion, it'd probably be good to just make sure everybody's on the same page. So that
Okay.
way, when you make the motion, you know what to make. But
Let's
I
do
leave
it.
to you.
Let's, if you don't mind, Mr.
All right,
Tuttle.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, okay, so here's what I have for consideration. Some light allowance for the U.S. flag with certain limits. Some flexibility or leeway for uplighting of specimen trees subject to certain criteria, perhaps. And that seasonal lighting, the 60 days applies to the usage, not just the placement or installation. And then lastly, or not lastly, requirement that string lights be subject to the hooded requirement. And then lastly, adding in some language or clarifying that the lighting restrictions applied to lighting of the ocean.
Regarding the string lights, I think the canopy trees should be called out because string lighting in the canopy is I don't know how you could possibly hood it, and I don't think it impacts neighbors as much as patio lighting and backyard string lights. So I don't know if there's a realistic way to carve that out.
So, Mr. Chair, while they're discussing that, a couple points on the first two items that Mr. Tuttle indicated. I'd recommend that the commission fine-tune those more, as in regards to uplighting the U.S. flag. Put within 60 lumens, 10 lumens, 1,000 lumens. That might be too much. And the same thing with the tree, uplighting the trees. Put some specificity in there so then the staff can pinpoint exactly what the commission's looking for.
So you may recall when we were dealing with a particularly controversial cottage, and we were saying, you guys are gonna have to pick out the color for the roof, and I've had a lot of pushback, because like, I'm not good at picking colors. Turns out I don't have a real good working sense of like different lumen levels. So I am a little concerned about my offering that like 78 lumens is good, but 79 lumens is bad. I'd like to be aggressive with my ignorance on this topic. And so I assume that there is a distance of like, if a flag is 20 feet in the air, this number of lumens is good, and that many the minimum necessary lumens to light up something at that distance, or could the consultant perhaps offer us guidance about the illumination of things? Nope.
Well, with your flag,
Yes.
like, to me, with a tree, when people uplight a tree, it only goes so high.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's pretty low, actually. It's like a few feet at the base of the tree that, you know, it just kind of filters out. Whereas, and with a flag, like, I just see that as being much more visible from a lot of different areas around the flag.
I think there's-
You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing to like Donna said,
Yeah.
there's nothing to diffuse it. You're just kind of going straight up, so.
It's where I would be in favor of a very narrow kind of, not shining on the flag in compliance with kind of the expectation in the flag code. And then, but the other scenario is when there's a flag that is mounted on the diagonal on a building and it's harder to raise and lower. You
Yeah, I
can
never
picture
think
that.
yeah, and-
Those would need to still be illuminated.
I wouldn't say those. I mean, I'm picturing just a flag pole.
Well, but in both cases, as it relates to illuminating the American flag of
Well, yeah, I mean, I still think if we should be able to, like, how far away can you see that from?
Yeah, this is where I think it's,
mean,
yeah.
It's like all of this seems to me like if you want to look at your flag and your flagpole from your house, but it shouldn't be like visible from the whole neighborhood, because if somebody has a, you know, 3-story high flagpole, then,
Agreed.
you know, I mean, I think we should have some limit on the trees and the flagpole or anything like that, that just, you know, it's visible only from the property that it's being illuminated on. I mean, I'd like to see that restriction.
So
that however tall your flagpole is, if you want to light it up, it's for your enjoyment, not
Right.
something that your neighbors are going to look at every night.
I 100% agree with you, and this is where I just,
That's
being
the
asked
restriction
about
I would like.
how many lumens that is, and you may be much more informed on this topic than
No,
I am, but
don't
like,
know about lumens, I'm just
these
thinking
are a
height.
unit of measurement I have very little sense of scale regarding.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I bet he could.
a
So-
flagpole's just straight up, and a tree, you know, even if it's an olive tree or something, you have the light gets filtered out. It's not just a straight up, like a searchlight kind of light.
So, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on our consultant's name.
Martha Miller.
Martha Miller? Ms. Miller, would you be able to offer us some guidance about how many lumens would be involved in accent lighting a tree, and how many lumens would be involved in lighting a not excessively large flagpole?
Sure. So I do think for accent lighting a tree, I do think the 60 lumens is adequate for that. I do think that provides the accent and the design goals of that. So 60 lumens. The flag question is a little more difficult. I think what we can do with your recommendation of incorporating some provisions to allow a reasonable amount of flag lighting, we can look back at what heights of flagpoles are allowed, and can do some research on lighting and stuff. And I think we can come up with something. I just need to understand the context in which a flag could be mounted. And then I think we can go through that exercise. But I do think kind of your general direction for a recommendation of including some allowance for flag lighting provides us that framework where we could find something, draft something.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just add on to what Ms. Miller was indicating, her reference to the 60 lumens. If you recall, a light fixture that is 60 lumens or less is exempt. So I know we've been having this whole conversation about no uplighting. If you had a light fixture that was 60 lumens or less, it could be pointed in any direction you want it to be. So if that is a sufficient amount of light output for uplighting purposes, then our code would already provide for that.
What's an example of 60?
Martha, any response to that?
Yeah, that's correct. It's in trying to find that balance of uses for lighting while still limiting the intensity so that you don't cause light pollution.
So if I was to turn on the light on my iPhone, how many lumens are we talking? Indeed, yes. No, but I'm sorry, I'm just like, we could be talking inches, we could be talking like a lumen is, talk to me like I'm a fifth grader here. I have, yeah. A typical 40-watt bulb in my house, how many lumens is that lumining? Ms. Miller?
There's a lot of things that come into play in discussion of light, and that is one of the reasons why there's all these different lumen, foot candles, Kelvin, lux, all these kinds of terms for it. But if I just kind of look,
how about this? When I turn, like, there's a standard light that kind of goes over a garage that people hook up that is like motion censored. I can picture the bulb. It's a little kind of like a teepee kind of shaped thing. How many lumens is that?
Well, and it also depends on how bright you have it, because some people do have very bright lights. Okay. But generally a 60 lumen light can be used. It's a low level light, but it is used to light up driveways, walkways, steps. Let's see, I'm
Mr.
looking
Chair,
at some notes
if I
here.
can
60.
cut in with some very quick Google results.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
An iPhone flashlight is somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 lumens.
Yeah.
A 40-watt bulb, the kind you might buy, and this gets a little bit weird if you're talking LED versus your 40-watt equivalent bulb, 450 lumens.
So like if I was trying to use my iPhone to light up the underside of a tree, that's all you get. That's all I get. That is a...
You would get, each light would be exempt. So it's not 60 lumens combined across 5 lights, it's 60 lumen lights are exempt.
Per fixture.
But if I was uplighting a tree at 60 lumens, we wouldn't necessarily have 100 fixtures on the base.
A couple.
But
that's a waste of money putting extra lamps up.
I mean, that's just,
I don't know, this is bullshit.
Well, okay, that's not a conclusion.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there's not an exact correlation because of the different variables, but yeah, generally speaking, 40 watts is about 450 lumens. A 60-watt bulb equivalent is about 800 lumens. Wow. And it kind of goes up from there. So generally speaking, you wouldn't use that bright of a bulb for most uplighting situations, but you might have a few smaller or lower output bulbs.
And Mr. Chair, if you think of what is a lower watt bulb, or lower lumen bulb, 60 lumens might be something more like a solar walkway light. Right. That's more in the neighborhood of what that 60 lumen number means, which is why it's been listed as exempt, as it's generally lower impact.
Okay, I guess my bias is starting at a 40-watt bulb of, was it 40-watt bulb is 450 lumens. My iPhone is 60.
That's what I meant. Yes.
So that, like, that, if I was trying to light a tree from underneath it with my iPhone, You could do like 50 of them, but I don't, I guess my view is that the light I read by at night is I'm good with that as a standard, if other people are. So I would go with a 500 watt or 500 lumen cap on under. So we may not be in agreement on that, and maybe that should go to a vote.
For flags and trees?
Well, flags and trees and any of these scenarios.
So Chair and Commissioners, again, you're just, the discussion is making a recommendation to the board and the Planning Commission. So the way you could frame that is exempt uplighting for flags and specimen trees up to 500 lumens or a 60-watt bulb.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to put us back on track, so I think those are the two exemptions, and I think there was 4 total. So if the commission, do we need to read those again, or no? Because I think we got lost in lumens.
Well, I think, part of it again was the string lights. I think just to clarify with Commissioner Sinauer, what you're talking about is, as the picture that was provided, the type of lights that wrap around a tree trunk, that those would not normally be hooded because of their style, but string lights that are spanning a horizontal space could be.
Perhaps it could be referenced as landscaping, rather than tree trunk and canopy. Is there any sort of general versus free space or building or?
Isn't this a situation where the 60 lumen max just would apply?
Well,
The string lights would be more than that.
yeah, and they're more.
I'd be comfortable with each bulb on a string light being 60 lumens.
But they're 75, they're sold at 75 by Costco.
Okay. Per watt. I don't know what that.
Per watt.
That is.
I'm trying to differentiate between, as I said, over a patio that, et cetera, or on a building, I guess, that's probably seasonal lights. I'm talking about string lights versus seasonal. But that there needs to be, it needs not to be exempted at some level of the hood. If we could, in the prior, it was all hooded, right? And we never called out if it's on a tree or greenery. It was just period. It was hooded. So I'm trying to work with some areas that are permissible and some, like the prior.
Commissioner Stenauer, through the chair, would your intent be that no string lights in landscaping are required to be hooded, but any others are? Or if it was in a tree, in the canopy, but hanging, not wrapped around branches, but hung across multiple, would that be something that would be hooded as well? No. Okay, so only non-string lights used outside of landscaping should be hooded.
And regarding the standard of, did we say 500 lumens for specimen trees? Is that what the language, Marshall, 500?
That's what I threw out, but if we want
could
to debate it, that's
could
fine.
there be a quantity? I mean, could you have 10? Could you have 20? Which would be quite a lot of lumens.
My vision was like a single light at 500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
500 in aggregate.
So
How about-
500 cumulative.
Correct.
And Chair Miller, one final clarification. The uplighting, you're discussing uplighting being for specimen trees and flagpoles, that we can look into specifics
For
if
the,
more are
I
needed for
would say for the
flagpoles.
American flag,
For-
because there are
okay.
times when you like hang a flag at a diagonal on the building. I don't know if you can picture that. I think
Mhm.
like where it's mounted on the wall, but it's supposed to be lit at night, and so
All right, so for,
Those can generally be downlit
They
if they're on the wall because you could
can
have
be depending on where electrical and where they are on the wall. But if it
okay, so it would be uplighting for the American flag and specimen
Specimen
trees
trees,
and no other uplighting.
I don't have any other uplighting in mind.
So no building washing.
So
Oh well, building. I don't know. Is that a thing? Do we want?
the buildings are usually seasonal that have string line. We're talking
For
about-
uplighting, for
Uplighting, it
uplighting
gets,
to
like,
highlight
away,
architectural
making the wall
features.
look-
You can do building washing, you can with downlights, so. Easier to do that with a downlight than it is to do a tree with a downlight.
And so we're qualifying the flag that will be lit as only an American flag. I couldn't
Oh, I think we
I
have
couldn't
to.
do my Italian flag for whatever. So I just want, I don't want to preclude or, anyway, if you're stating and the federal states American flag, and that's the language you're using, then that's the predicate for it.
I am good with the American flag. If someone wanted to say, well, American flag and the California state flag or something like that, that's fine. I don't want any flag under.
No NATO flag.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I think the goal was to try and comply with the U.S.
I
flag
agree.
code,
I
not
just wanted
to
to clarify it.
provide opportunities for free expression. Yeah.
The Welch flag is for the dragon. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not, flags that are not the American flag, I don't care about.
So these
Well, I care about them, but not for this purpose, yeah.
is this part of anything?
So can we turn this into a motion?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think we're so close.
Feels close.
Did we resolve Commissioner Sinauer's comments on the string lights?
Yes.
Okay. So staff, sorry, Mr. Singer, can you repeat what the resolution is on that?
Yes, so, Mr. Wilson, would you like me to, and Commission, just mention all of the things we're going to change again one more time, so we're
Let's give it a shot.
all on the same page? So what we have is the allowance for uplighting for specimen trees and the American flag with a limit of 500 cumulative lumens across bulbs involved. Requirement that string lights used outside of landscaping be hooded. Clarification that seasonal lighting, the 60-day limit is for usage of the lights and not placement or installation of the lights. And to include that no light being projected off-site includes onto the ocean.
I like that. I would entertain a commissioner to say, move that. So could you turn your mic on?
Let's just say staff's recommendations from the memo as modified with these 4 items. And you don't have to read all those line for line.
Commissioner Stahl, would you turn on your mic?
I move that we take the recommended actions with the provisions Mr. Singer has defined for us. Does that work?
Look for a second.
Second.
Mr. Villalobos, will you give us a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Staff very much.
So, on to
Sorry,
item
just to
3. Oh,
clarify
sorry.
one thing. For the coastal zone, were you wanting to recommend that this be countywide or specific to Montecito?
Countywide.
And then the county PC can consider it. Okay.
Item 3.
Chair, I have a 4 o'clock. I have to just FYI. Thank you.
Get a motion. Let's have staff report before we start approving it.
Oh, you got a fresh new crowd. God, that was, wish we had Bob for that. Jesus.
It turned out fine.
It did, but it's always we can use our specialty on it, guys.
Right. Yeah, you kind of. Let's do that right now. Commissioners, could we ex parte both the lighting thing that we didn't ex parte about and the,
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for these legislative items, you don't need to do an ex parte.
okay, even if people have been ex parteing?
Yeah, you don't need
Okay,
to.
well, keep them secret, guys.
So you would ex parte on applications with the, like an applicant for
Right.
development, but on these ordinance amendments, legislative acts, you don't need ex parte.
Okay.
Does that mean that we have any more leeway about discussing this among ourselves or with one another? You still don't?
No, you're still subject to the Brown Act requirements.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, shall I read the item into the record?
I'm sorry, one more time?
I'll just do it. Still need to read the item into the record.
Oh, yes, please. Mr. Villalobos, would you read this item into the record, please? Thank you.
Thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the Montecito Planning Commission to consider recommending that the County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors adopt ordinance case number 24 ORD 10 and determine that the ordinance amendment case number 24 ORD 10 is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3, 15265 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we have Ms. Lila Spring here from Long Range Planning who will share staff's presentation.
Thank you. Is it going to come up on the, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Miller and Commissioners. As Alex said, my name is Lila Spring, and I'm here from Long Range Planning to present to you the SB 35 Coastal Zone Amendment. Our presentation today will cover project background, the new ordinance section, policy and ordinance consistency, compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, next steps in the planning process, and staff recommendations. So first, to provide some background on why we are proposing this amendment. In recent years, the state legislature has passed a number of new state housing laws with the goal of increasing the supply of housing, particularly affordable housing. SB 35 is one of these laws and requires that qualifying housing development projects be reviewed under streamlined provisions. Amendments implementing SB 35 were adopted into the county's Land Use and Development Code, or LUDC, in January of 2023, and they were reviewed by this commission and adopted into the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, or MLUDC, in early 2024. A subsequent bill, SB 423, implements SB 35 in the coastal zone effective January 1st, 2025. So today we are here with an amendment to the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, or CZO, to implement SB 35 in the coastal zone. The new ordinance section, called Qualifying Housing Streamlined Review, applies if the county is making insufficient progress towards meeting housing goals. You may have heard of these housing goals referred to in previous presentations as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. Streamlined review only applies in certain areas of the coastal zone, excluding areas within 300 feet of beach, mean high tide line, or bluff, and between the sea and the first public road. To qualify for streamlined review, projects must be multi-unit or mixed-use and meet affordability requirements. Since 2018, this requirement has been for 50% affordable units. Qualifying projects are statutorily exempt from CEQA, require ministerial review, which in this case would be a coastal development permit, or CDP, and only objective zoning and design standards apply. Projects also require consultation with Native American tribes. Since SB 35 went into effect in 2018, the county has only processed a couple SB 35 projects and does not anticipate seeing many in the coastal zone, given the limitations on location and the eligibility requirements. The proposed ordinance amendment is consistent with the county's existing policies and ordinances. It implements state law. It allows development consistent with the existing land use designations. Qualifying projects must be consistent with all applicable policies and provisions of the Local Coastal Program, or LCP, and the amendment implements programs of the recently adopted housing element. Adoption of this ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under Section 15061B3 for having no possibility of significant effect, and Section 15265, which exempts local agency activities involving the preparation and adoption of a local coastal program. The next steps in the planning process are to bring this ordinance amendment to the County Planning Commission on September 25th and to the Board of Supervisors in December. Staff recommends that this commission make the required findings for approval, determine that this ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt the resolution recommending that the County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt this ordinance amendment, case number 24 ORD 10. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Commissioner Police, we're going to start with you on this. We're going to work our way the other way this time.
I'm looking at this project background, and there's the third one down. It says reviewed by MPC and adopted into the MLUDC February of 24. So we've seen this already. So why are we seeing it now again?
So this is for very similar, almost identical language in the coastal zoning ordinance.
Right.
That's
so
why.
This is everything, but we prove everything but the coastal as this is, without any changes or modifications?
There have been some minor modifications because the local coastal program also applies in the coastal zone.
Right.
So these projects processed through this process need to meet those requirements in addition to the inland requirements.
But I just refresh my memory. Did we make any modifications
No.
to this thing
That I recall.
in February? Just kind of went right through, unobstructed by long NPC meetings?
It was part of a package of a number of different
we
amendments,
might have
but
missed
none of them were modified, so.
Okay.
Ron,
Or-
is that, is what you're talking about, like when we had to, like, make everything consistent?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which had more to do with ADUs, I think, right?
Commissioners, through the chair, yeah, this was a package of housing bills that we took to your commission and the board last year. It was inclusive of both SB 35 as well as amendments to our state density bonus laws and supportive housing, all in the effort to bring our code into compliance with
We were
state
making them
law.
consistent
Yeah,
with the coastal and the.
Could you go back?
Correct.
What is the time frame that we approved this on?
February 2024.
February 2024. Or, yeah,
By
February 2024.
we'll call it kismet, we happen to have the February meeting minutes here, and we don't have that in here. In the minutes. So is it possibly 23? I'm not trying to be difficult.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
so this date, February 2024, was when it was actually adopted. So the adopted is the board action. So coming to the MPC happened prior to that. So it would have been in probably December 2023, or perhaps even.
Yeah, I believe it was December 2023.
Yeah. So that February month is the board
But
adoption.
isn't it true that even if we did or didn't approve it, they could approve and it'd be a finished product anyway, right? We're just recommending. We don't have any teeth in the game here.
I think Commissioner Pugliese, through the chair, I think what you're asking is, so this is a state law, so whether or
Yeah.
not we have our code updated or not, if someone comes in with a qualifying project, we would
Exactly.
have to approve it under these provisions.
Right.
So we're just essentially trying to codify what we would be having
good
to do
citizens.
anyway to comply with state law.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stahl.
I, just basically, can you tell us that if this has anything to do or will have any impact on the Biltmore or the Miramar projects?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, so those projects are not coming in as SB 35 projects. One of the requirements for SB 35 currently is that they would have to be at least
housing.
they have to meet a certain percentage of their units to be affordable. I believe it's 55%, 50% of the units
More
have
than
to be
that for the Miramar.
affordable to a particular income level
Right.
and meet other criteria. The Miramar and Biltmore aren't qualifying under SB 35 or we're proposing to be developed under SB 35. Lastly, this won't go into effect until it's certified by the Coastal Commission, which is, the timing for that is unknown, but these regulations would not be in effect, certainly to correspond with the Miramar Biltmore projects, which are before your commission and the board this fall.
But couldn't those projects come back to us and say, well, you approved these, and therefore we want to be heard under these regulations? I mean, doesn't that open us up to even different?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, not if they've already, if they've already gone through their own planning process. Well, for Biltmore, we don't even have an application in place. For the Miramar, they're pursuing amendment to their development plan, I believe, or revision to their
Coming
development
in
plan.
under the Housing Accountability Act.
Yeah, well, the Housing Accountability Act and SB 35 are two separate provisions. SB 35 is a very specific set of criteria that a project has to meet in order to qualify for streamlined review. And to my understanding, the Miramar does not meet those criteria.
But is that all that's in here is streamlining? I mean, it's like it's talking about CEQA and other things that.
Projects that qualify under SB 35 are exempt from CEQA. Let me just give you, maybe this helps to know that in the several years since SB 35 has been in place at the state level, I think it was adopted in like 2018, 2019. I think as countywide, we've only processed 2 or 3 SB 35 projects, so we don't see a lot of these. They're fairly uncommon because of the criteria. None in the coastal zone. There have been a couple in North County, I believe.
Commissioner Senauer, do you have questions?
Yeah. Regarding an appeal process, is it jurisdictional where is there an appeal process to the ministerial CDP approval contingent on the director's approval? And after that, is an appeal process permitted if it's within the jurisdictional appeal location?
Yeah, Commissioner Stahl through the chair. So yes, there would still be the appeal process, just like any other CDP in our code. If it's within the appeals jurisdiction, then it could be appealed all the way up to the Coastal Commission. If it's outside the appeals jurisdiction, which most of these projects would be because of under that second bullet where SB 35 doesn't apply within 300 feet of a beach, mean high tide line or bluff, or between sea and first public road, that generally corresponds with the appeals jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So most of these projects would be not appealable to the Coastal Commission, but they would still be locally appealable, meaning Montecito Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors. That's how our current ordinance structure is structured. That could change in the future as part of a different package, but for now, at least, it would be locally appealable.
Thanks.
Curious as to the definition of first public road. At least for our little corner of the world, I'm assuming that would not include the railroad? Or does it?
No, the railroad would not be a public road.
Okay.
So, I mean, Channel Drive would be,
Right.
For that portion, would be your first public road. Jameson, perhaps, around the Miramar would be your first public road. So it just kind of depends on where you are. Eucalyptus Lane, maybe.
Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion to approve this law that we must approve.
I move that we accept and make requirements finding for approval according to the existing 24 ORD.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, sorry.
You want to go longer?
Public comment?
Yes, public comment.
Oh, you got something to say?
Okay. I'd like to open this up to public comment. Is there anybody online or in person to submit a speaker slip to?
There's no one online, and I think our friend left.
Yes, so all we had to do is stretch this out for 6.5 hours, and so be it. So we're going to close public comment period, and now I would, unless Mr. Wilson feels like I'm out of order, I would entertain a motion.
I could start again if Mr. Wilson doesn't interrupt me, but he's my friend, though. He can do it. So, David, I think we could read what's existing, and then we can go from there.
Right, and you can just say, you can just,
All right,
motion for staff recommendations.
that the staff has put forth for the findings for approval, the 2400 RD dash 00010 is cool. As well as adopting the resolution recommended by the CPC. So case 24 ORD dash 00010. That's it?
Right, so just the recommendations on the
Yeah, that's on
display.
the board. I
Okay,
didn't have
great.
to say all that.
That was good.
Perfect.
Putting a lot of pressure on me here.
Look for a second.
Oh, yes, you have a second.
Second, any discussion? Deliberation? Hearing none, Mr. Villalobos, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Palice,
Yes.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Is there anything that we would like to discuss further about October's battery of meetings? Because this will be our last, in terms of.
Jeff doesn't want to talk
Battery.
about this.
No. We are going to have 3 meetings in the course of a week, and I just want to make sure that everyone feels like we'll be starting at 9 a.m., meeting here.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, our next scheduled hearing will be October 16th at 9 a.m.
Okay. And to the extent that Commissioner Stahl has asked to have conversations with staff regarding a variety of matters, she should be directing those through you? Is that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I would recommend Commissioner Stahl to contact Mr. Seawards, the Deputy Director of Development Review.
Okay.
Is that Travis? Yeah.
So I would, great. With that, I would move to adjourn.
No need to move.
Okay, I am adjourning.
Great.
And I hope you do too.